And then in just a few moments, Cotuit will come up to bat. This is how they'll look. Leading things off, Jaron Advincula, who is very similar to his last season self. Not quite at his 400 clip that he was hitting at a lot of the season, but getting up there. He's hitting above 300. Following him up, taking the jump from the typical 9-hole to the 2-hole today, Andrew Wiggins, who was able to work 3 walks yesterday. He was an on-base machine. Ryan Farber hitting 3rd. He has had a solid start to his Kettleers season. 4, 5, and 6, this middle meaty part of the Kettleers lineup. It will be Nolan Stevens, Jack Natilli, and Rentaro Sasaki, the 3 of whom are able to put power on the ball. If you're going to see the first home run allowed by the Bourne pitching staff this season, my guess is it will be in that middle third of the Kettleers lineup. And then wrapping things up, 7, 8, and 9, Camden Johnson, Easton Winfield, and doing the catching today, hitting 9th, Luke Lavin.
Lavin drove in the only run of the game yesterday. Case Sanderson scored on a Lavin single early on in that ball game. And after that, the Cats couldn't get anything else going offensively. Lost 3-1 against the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. And for Bourne, who is pitching to that Kettleers order that you just mentioned?
Bit of a, you could say, a fast one on us. We came into this game expecting Zane Petty to be pitching. He was listed on the websites, listed on the matchups. We get here and we realize, well, he can't be pitching. He just threw last night. So then a bit of a late addition, you could say, to this lineup for Bourne doing the pitching tonight. Joe Colucci. Colucci, 6'5", 220 out of Arlington, Virginia. He's staying home for college, just wrapped up his year with the Virginia Cavaliers. He's already had an appearance this season. He went 4 innings in his start, allowed 5 hits, only 1 run. It was an earned run, no walks, and only 1 strikeout. So primarily what you would call a contact pitcher. You could also call him a ground ball pitcher, a flyout pitcher, someone who doesn't rely on the punch-outs to get the outs, more so pitches for weak contact. And Colucci, the tall right-hander on the mound, will be looking to do that tonight against a Cotuit team looking to really put those hits together.
Has a 2.25 ERA over his 1 start, went 4 innings, allowed 5 hits, 1 run. Only struck out 1, but didn't walk anybody. Like you said, he did a good job of pitching to contact, which, again, can allow those hits here and there. You get 5 scattered in that start, but when you only allow 1 run, you're certainly doing something right, especially if you're not walking anybody. And it's going to be a tough approach to do that against a guy like Jaron Advincula leading off the order, who thrives off hitting for a good average and just pitches down the pike. He knows how to handle him. But the Kettleers, I think the big key tonight is the extra base hits. We looked at the middle of that order like you talked about a little bit earlier. Nolan Stevens showed off some power at times this season on some hard singles and at Fenway Day, and you could say the same about Rentaro Sasaki, and he's hitless, but what a day it would be for him to get his first knock as a Kettleer and potentially the 2nd win of the year, their lone win against Wareham at home last Sunday, just a week ago from today. But got to get the season going sometime, and I think now is the time.
Well, it's still young in the season. You look at what we've played so far, we're not even a quarter of the way into this 40-game Cape League season. There's still so much time for things to start evening out. You'll see teams that maybe got a hot start begin to cool off. You'll find teams maybe like Cotuit who will rattle off a 4-game winning streak, 3-game winning streak. I mean, heck, a 3-game winning streak brings Cotuit to 4-6. That is doing the points, kind of how the Cape League does their scoring. That's 8 points right there. That will put you middle of the pack. They give or take, a couple places. So things can change quickly here, especially this early in the season. By no means is this, set in stone. This is how Cotuit's going to finish. So much time for the Kettleers to bounce back.
I think we're about to get into our national anthem here at Doran Park, so we will take a quick intermission here on Cape League TV. We'll be right back after this anthem. The Kettleers 50-50 raffle is brought to you by 4 C's Ice Cream in Centerville, the oldest ice cream shop in Massachusetts. They've been in business 91 years, carrying many of the same unbelievable flavors. Visit Four Seas Ice Cream and taste the difference. Get your 50/50 raffle tickets now.
From bean to bite, sip, savor, and share a moment at Cape Cod Coffee. Their 2 Mashpee locations include the perfect brunch spot at Mashpee Commons and a lunch and dinner restaurant with a full bar right off Route 130. Cape Cod Coffee has also opened a new location in Wareham Crossing where you can indulge in delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner options. Visiting any of these locations will leave you absolutely thrilled. Cape Cod Coffee is a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers.
The Kettleers are sponsored by longtime Cotuit residents Pat and John Callahan of Kinlan Grover Compass. With over 4 decades of experience in commercial lending and real estate, Pat and John are the go-to choice for all things real estate in Cotuit and surrounding towns. Visit them at 681 Falmouth Road in Mashpee. That's the Callahans from Kinlan Grover Compass, proud sponsors and longtime fans of the Kettleers.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generac automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
The Kettleers Top of the Order is brought to you by Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialists for athletes and everyday people. Their expert team treats everything from sports injuries to everyday wear and tear, helping patients of all ages get back to what they love. Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on the Cape. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
Beacon Gardens is a proud sponsor of the Kets, Osterville's premier garden center. Located on Osterville, West Barnstable Road, Beacon Gardens prides itself on quality products and excellent customer service. Check out their tremendous assortment of garden products. That's Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center.
Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialists for athletes and everyday people, is your go-to team for Boston's professional athletes and people across New England. So if an injury is slowing you down, Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on Cape Cod. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity.
Welcome back to the broadcast, everybody. We're here at Doran Field where the Bourne Braves host the Cotuit Kettleers for Game 8 of the 2025 Cape League season. The Kettleers coming into this one 1-6, have lost 5 straight, won their second game against the Wareham Gatemen back at Lowell Park in Cotuit. Kettleers coming up to bat momentarily. 6:02 local time first pitch. It's yet to be thrown by Joey Colucci, but he will face off against 3 left-handed sticks, Jaron Advincula, Andrew Wiggins, and Ryan Farber, who is a switch hitter, and will be batting left-handed against Colucci.
Well, it's a lefty-heavy lineup pretty much every day of the week for Cotuit. You look at the true right-handers in this lineup, and it's only Jack Natilli today. Everyone else, a natural lefty. You have Farber in there as well, who's a switch hitter, but he can hit just as well from the left side of the plate as the right. So really, any side of the plate he's on, he's a threat.
So what does the diamond look like behind Joey Colucci?
From first base to third base for the Braves, Cade Lewis is at first base. Bryce Molinaro is at second. At short, Riker Waite. And at third, Braden Holcomb. The outfield from left field to right, Logan Hughes, John LeGrand, and Noah Franco. And then doing the catching for Bourne today, Jimmy Keenan.
Keenan behind the dish, catching for Colucci. And the Bourne Braves, who can expect a couple names, Wysong, Seagraves, and White, out of the bullpen today. We'll see how long Colucci goes. 4 innings in his lone start this summer. Was more of a bullpen guy at school at Virginia, and frankly, he got hit around a lot. Over a 9 ERA at school, transferred in there from Maryland after his freshman season, 15 appearances, 1 start, a 9.17 ERA, 30 hits allowed in 17 2/3. So he's coming to the Woodbats of the Cape Cod League to try and regain his stride, I guess.
If you look at his Cape League stats as compared to his college stats, his Cape League stats are spectacular. I mean, for him to throw 4 innings of 1-run ball in his first start, certainly something to hang your hat on. And Colucci, very similarly to the Kettleers starting pitcher Joey Volchko, 2 guys that really turned it up during summer league, guys, compared to their college seasons.
First man up to bat for the Kettleers is Jaron Advincula. They're wearing their road maroon jerseys with the white trim white pants, black numbers. The pants are pinstriped. High maroon socks for Advincula as he steps into the left-handed batter's box. Wearing the midnight blue helmet, referencing his old time at Cal. He's in the transfer portal now, starting to narrow down to decision time. The pitcher, Colucci, stands tall with a slight crouch and delivers the first pitch, a strike on the inner corner. Colucci, the red Bourne Braves hat, wearing the all-white jerseys with the red numbers. The kick and the pitch. Low and skips in. Almost hit Advincula. 1-1 count. No one out, no one on here in the top of the first. Bourne Braves looking for their 2nd straight victory. Kettleers looking to break a 5-game losing streak. Colucci deals the 1-1. Skips in again, bounced off the plate. Good stop by the catcher, Keenan. Infield shifted to the right. The second baseman, Molinaro, playing deep in the hole with his heels in the outfield. Here's the 2-1. Cracked up the middle into the glove of the shortstop. Waite fires to first in time for out number 1.
Advincula, a very typical ground ball hitter. Typically, he'll try to find the gaps in the infield, leg one out to first base. That's really how he got on base all last season. Unable to really find the gaps here to start this one.
In comes Andrew Wiggins. He's only batted 8th and 9th in the order until today. Batting 2nd for the Kettleers after a 3-walk day yesterday against Hyannis. The left-handed batter swings and misses on the first pitch. A breaking ball down low. Then it's Ryan Farber. And if one of them reaches, Nolan Stevens batting cleanup ready after them. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a tapper foul into the netting. Knocks a couple of cicadas off. Many of those here at Doran Park.
There's about 10 or 15 on the netting behind home plate.
Colucci comes set at his chest. Kicks, deals. Just a little outside, 1-2. And the cicadas do not change the fact that this is a beautiful night. Very few clouds in the sky. About 75 degrees, a slight breeze blowing out towards left field. Here comes the 1-2. Good take by Wiggins. Pitch skipped in. Again, it is 2-2. A lot of balls in the dirt for Colucci. He's got 1 down and no one on here in the top of the first. Colucci set, kicks, offers. High chopper towards first. Skips off the glove of Lewis, and Wiggins is safe.
That was a ball that took a big hop off the dirt right by home plate. Almost a Baltimore chop-esque ball. And the first baseman, Lewis, tried to play it right when the ball was about to land on the dirt. Maybe try to beat it to the ground, but it bounced and then kicked straight up off the part of the glove where it met his hand. Just kicked away from him.
Almost caught him on the wrist. Here comes Ryan Farber. Hits in 6 of the 7 Kettleers games. He bats with a runner on first. Wiggins. The first pitch to him is a breaking ball in there, a strike on the lower half. Lewis close to the bag with Wiggins over there at first. Nick Melton, the first base coach, just gave him some instructions. Colucci with an 0-1 count to Farber. Offers. Outside corner, strike 2. Farber rocking the half burnt orange bat on the barrel with the black handle. Rests the bat over his shoulder. Now waves it as there's a throwback to first, not in time. Wiggins the man over there in the portal out of Indiana. A 1-out base runner for Ryan Farber. Rocking the high socks just like the leadoff man at Vincula. Colucci taking a look at his wrist. Do we have some early pitch count problems? Doesn't look like it. He comes set, then steps off. Touches his hat a couple of times. Got to get some moisture back on the hands. And now he's ready as the wind billows through. 0-2 pitch. Socked high in the air, tailing out towards left center field. LeGrand on a run makes the catch off to his right. Firing back to second, but Wiggins did not go. 2 down.
Wind is whipping to nearly straightaway left field. So any ball that is hit towards the 330 sign down the line or about 370 to the left center field power alley, that ball is going to carry another 10 or so feet.
Now batting from Mississippi State, number 16,
Nolan Stevens steps in. Recently committed to Oklahoma. Played his baseball the past 2 years at Mississippi State. Hit over 300 there. Batting with a 2-out base runner, Andrew Wiggins on first. He runs on the pitch. It's low and inside, and there's going to be no throw. Wiggins in there easily with a slide.
The Kettleers don't steal bases as often as they used to. Coming into this one, Cotuit as a team hovering around 10 stolen bases. Jared Vincula responsible for half of those. He had 5 coming into this one, so getting everyone involved on the base paths definitely something to keep an eye on.
That was stolen base number 9 of the season for the Kettleers. Pitch is low and in, a fastball, 2-0 count. Colucci settles in on the mound. Check second. Wiggins dancing around 5 feet from the bag. That's chopped foul down the first base line. Nick Melton, the first base coach, tried to kick his leg out and stop that baseball, but it was on its way past the Kettleers dugout. Now a 2-1 count. Colucci set it, the chest. Looks home, fires. Inside, push Stevens off his spot just a touch. Umpiring crew in this one, Sam Finn at home, Mike Rabideau at first, Ben DiCostanzo at third. A 3-1 count. 2 down, Wiggins on second, the base runner for the Kets. The pitch, breaker drops in there on the outer half for strike 2. Kettleers looking to strike first in this one. They faced a 2-0 disadvantage after the first yesterday. Here's the pitch. Outside, Stevens walks off a full count. Colucci did not struggle with the walks too much. Did get hit around, but only issued 7 free passes at Virginia in 17 2/3 innings. Now he gets to face against his only right-handed stick of the lineup, Jack Natilli, the designated hitter. Natural position is catcher. He's been batting third in every game except for this one. Slight crouch in the right-handed batter's box. Turn and no throw back to second. Colucci almost slipped off the mound. Looked like he got his heel caught in the ground. He's working first base side of the rubber. First offer to Natilli is lined straight off the leg of Colucci, but he calmly makes the underhanded flip to first in time to leave 2 Cats stranded. It's scoreless after the top of the first.
Hey, it's Chris, and when I'm looking for a cold treat, I go to 4 Seas Ice Cream in Centerville, the oldest ice cream shop in Massachusetts. They've been in business 91 years, carrying many of the same unbelievable flavors. Visit 4 Seas Ice Cream and taste the difference.
Hi, I'm Connor Shue. Kettleers Baseball is brought to you by longtime Cotuit residents Pat and John Callahan of Kinlan Grover Compass. With over 4 decades of experience in commercial lending and real estate, Pat and John are the go-to choice for all things real estate in Cotuit and surrounding towns. Visit them at 681 Falmouth Road in Mashpee. That's the Callahans from Kinlan Grover Compass, proud sponsors and longtime fans of the Kettleers.
The Kettleer Interns and the very popular t-shirt toss are brought to you by Paul J. Casalt & Sons, certified roofing experts proudly serving Cape Cod and Plymouth since 1927. If you've got roofing, siding, or gutter needs, let the Casalt family take care of your family.
Joey Volchko takes the mound for the second time in this young season for the Cotuit Kettleers. He's looking to keep it scoreless. In the bottom of the first inning, he'll face off against Riker Waite, John LeGrand, and Braden Holcomb to start off the Bourne Braves order. That's 2 Vanderbilt bats in there, Waite and Holcomb.
Couple of SEC bats as well. Vanderbilt had a good season, making it into postseason play like they typically have as of recent, becoming a baseball powerhouse.
I tell you what, being an Ohio guy and seeing Wright State upset them in the regionals, I was not mad. First pitch to Riker Waite is a fastball outside, one of the 2 Vanderbilt sticks at the top of the order. Waite was sidelined for the majority of the season, though. Only 8 games played, battled some injuries. He's a switch hitter, batting left-handed against the right-handed Volchko, who pumps a fastball in there, strike 1. The fastball is the hallmark of Volchko's arsenal. Couple of breaking pitches playing off of it. He's reached triple digits with it. Volchko nods, ball in the glove, turns, pauses, fires home. There's one of those breaking balls, looked like the changeup a little bit low and outside. Waite steps back in. The all-natural wood bat over his shoulder, that pitch in there on the top corner. Another fastball strike.
You can tell how fast Volchko throws when all of the MLB scouts in attendance point the radar gun every single pitch.
They're all locked and loaded, as is Volchko, who fires the 2-2, chopped straight into the ground and back into the screen, settles behind the red brick backstop. 2-2 count again. Waite steps back in. Fairly even stance, stands towards the back of the left-handed batter's box. Volchko into his motion, kicks, fires, spikes it in there. Good stop by Lavin behind the dish. It's as good of time as ever to introduce the Kettleers defense, Chris.
Defensively, Lavin behind the plate from first to third. Sasaki, Evincula, Farber, and Johnson.
Volchko into his motion for the 3-2, up and away. A leadoff walk for Riker Waite of Bourne.
The outfield from left field to right, Wiggins, Winfield, and Stevens.
Now batting from St. John's, number 1, John LeGrand.
John LeGrand, the 2-hole hitter out of St. John's, steps in, swinging the yellow-barreled bat. Two sliding mitts in his back pockets as well. Has a high stance, holds the bat over his head. He chops that shortly to the third baseman. Only one play for Johnson to first in time for the lead out. And Rentaro Sasaki, the first baseman, kind of shook off that right leg after he took an odd step off of the bag. One down regardless.
Now batting from Vanderbilt, number 34,
Another high
Braden
chopper.
Holcomb.
This one took such a high hop, the third baseman Johnson had to really charge in, and by the time he met the ball, White had already made it to second base.
In steps Braden Holcomb, the second Vanderbilt player. Last summer played with Bourne. 862 OPS, 333 average, 275 batting average at school. Volchko peeks at second, runner goes, throw down to third, and it bounces out of the glove of Johnson. Did not go far, so no more advancement from Waite, but he has himself a steal of third.
I mean, when you have a right-handed hitter with a very tall presence in the box like Holcomb, he's standing at 6'4", 253. The catcher, Lavin, really has to maneuver to throw around him, so why not take a chance and swipe third?
1-0 count, a one-out base runner on third. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Holcomb's going to readjust his batting gloves after that cut. 1-1 count with one down. Waite, the Commodore teammate of Holcomb, is on third. Volchko from Stanford offers. That skips away to the backstop. Waite trots home for the first run of this ball game. It's 1-0 Bourne in the top of the second, or the bottom of the first.
That has been one of the momentum killers for Cotuit, you could say, this season. It's the free passes, the base on balls, and the wild pitches. Not a whole lot of earned runs thrown by Cotuit pitchers. It's just been some errors, players getting into pristine positioning just due to simple miscues.
In the dirt again. 3-1 to Braden Holcomb. He's playing third base on the Braves infield. So the Braves lead this one off with a run. Bottom of the first. Volchko, long pause in his delivery, fires just a little bit low for ball four. Second walk issue to the inning.
That bumps Cotuit's total walks
Now
given
batting
on the
from
season
Wake
up
Forest,
to
number 23,
31.
Cade Lewis.
Now they have 56 strikeouts, so it is still a positive ratio, but those 31 walks really starting to add up.
They've had to finesse their way out of some jams at times this season. First pitch incoming to the lefty swinging Cade Lewis. Outside, ball one. Lewis, a corner infielder, playing first base today. Started his college journey at Butler at Wake Forest last year. The 1-0, low and outside once again, it's 2-0. 85 base hits at school this year for Cade Lewis, a 376 average in the ACC. All-AC second team honors as the runner goes in a late throw down and an easy Feet first slide into second for Braden Holcomb, the second stolen bag of the inning for the Braves. Volchko now with a runner right behind him. He hangs over the mound, comes set at the belt, takes a peek back at second base, kicks, delivers. Another one skips in. It's 3-1.
Bourne came into this game 11 for 14 on stolen base attempts this season. Now 2 for 2 in the first inning.
Volchko settles, kicks, deals home. High fastball, third walk issued by Volchko in inning number 1. And Tim O'Connor's going to come out and have a chat with him.
In Volchko's first outing of the season, he went 2 2/3 innings. He walked 3 batters, only struck out 1. Trying to focus on that control. Typically, when you see a guy who's able to reach triple digits, one of the big things that is a point of focus is how good that control is. Because it really takes some skill to rear back, throw a 100-mile-per-hour fastball, but keep it within the strike zone.
And you have to give respect to Volchko's stuff.
Now batting.
Certainly has that, but the control has been up and down throughout his college and summer league career. 56 strikeouts at school, but a 6 ERA at Stanford for his sophomore season. Now he faces off against the right-handed stick Weber Niels. First pitch inside a strike. Niels showed bunt, but pulled back. Nice spot by Volchko, though. It is 0-1 in the count. Pair runners on with 1 out. Bottom of the first, 1-0 ball game. Braves lead. The pitch from Volchko, that skips in from just off the grass. 1-1 count. Volchko tabbed as the number 12 2026 draft prospect in all of baseball, according to the outlet D1 Baseball, as he fires. That's ripped into right field, a base hit. Coming around third is Holcomb. He's chugging home as there's the throw into second by Stevens. Not in time. Runners at the corners. Niels stayed at first, and he has himself an RBI single. 2-0 ball game Braves.
And that's just the first hit of the ball game for Bourne today. The first 3 batters that reached for the Bravos all via a walk. So those free passes ended up coming to harm Cotuit.
Texas Tech, number 14, Logan Hughes.
Volchko searching for something. Faces a lefty, Logan Hughes, in the 6-hole. Runners on the corners. On third, it's Cade Lewis. On first, it's Weber Niels, the Minnesota designated hitter. An RBI single for him. First pitch to Hughes is outside a ball. Hughes from Texas Tech, 19 long balls this year at school. A slugging percentage of almost 700. The 1-0 pitch. Low and away, 2-0. Hughes was a first-team All-Big 12 outfielder after coming to Texas Tech by way of Stetson. The 2-0 offer. Hit on the ground towards short. Ready-made double play ball to second. Back to first. In time to get both of them. Leaves the runner stranded. Remains a 2-0 ball game after the bottom of the first inning. We'll head to the top of 2 as the Kettleers come back up to bat. Rentaro, Sasaki, Camden Johnson, Easton Winfield. 3 lefties due up for Joey Colucci in the top of the second, coming up here on Cape League TV.
The Kettleers Call to the Bullpen is brought to you by longtime Cotuit residents Pat and John Callahan of Kinlan Grover Compass. With over 4 decades of experience in commercial lending and real estate, Pat and John are the go-to choice for all things in real estate in Cotuit and surrounding towns. Visit them at 618 Falmouth Road in Mashpee. That's the Callahans from Kinlan Grover Compass, proud sponsors and longtime fans of the Kettleers.
Boston Hand to Shoulder are a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers, trusted orthopedic specialist for athletes and everyday people. Their expert team treats everything from sports injuries to everyday wear and tear, helping patients of all ages get back to what they love. Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on the Cape. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generac automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
Rintaro Sasaki steps in to start off the top of the second inning for the Kettleers, coming up to bat down 2-0 to the Bourne Braves. Sasaki hitting sixth, then it's Camden Johnson and Easton Winfield, all left-handed sticks against the righty. Joey Colucci, this lineup plays well against his handedness. Braves plated 2, left 1 on to end the inning. First pitch inside, a strike to Sasaki. Sasaki, the young phenom out of Stanford University, hit .266 at school for his freshman season. The 0-1 pitch. Watches that one inside, near the hands of ball. 1-1. I think it bears mentioning every time we talk about him, the all-time high school home run leader in Japan, Sasaki, 140 long balls. The 1-1 pitch. Rockets that one out to right field. On the warning track and coming in to play it is Franco for out number 1.
I mean, every time Sasaki makes contact, you automatically start looking towards the deeper part of the outfield. The way he could put pop on the ball is quite impressive. Just hasn't seen that pop here in the Cape League yet. More so just getting acclimated to this different style of baseball.
He's made 2 starts as a Kettleer, pinch hit last night, is still searching for that first knock. Here comes Camden Johnson. Has something that the Kettleers are looking for as that first pitch comes in, a strike. Johnson showed bunt. He has the lone extra base hit for the team. A double in the season opener last Saturday. And now he's working to get his average up. Sub 200 right now. The 0-1 offer with 1 out. That's slapped hard into right field. That's going to get down a base hit towards the corner. Johnson chugging towards second base. And what do you know? A double for Camden Johnson.
That would a ground rule double. The second extra base hit for the Kettleers, the first since inning number 1 of the home opener. And who other to break that streak than the man who did it the first time, Camden Johnson.
2 doubles for Johnson. The rising junior utility man, you could call him, has played left, second, third, and short. Playing third today. Again, 2 doubles going to Oklahoma next year. Easton Winfield steps in with a runner on second with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Low and in the dirt, inside towards the feet of Winfield, the Texas center fielder. Winfield has bounced all around the lineup. Towards the bottom of the card now. Did lead off once and had 2 hits a couple of games ago. Colucci checks second. Runner goes swing and a miss. Throw down to third. Not in time. The throw ate up Holcomb, and Johnson was able to get in safely.
This is the style of baseball that Cotuit can be known to play sometimes, an aggressive style of baseball on the base paths. And now here, a runner just 90 feet away from scoring in the form of Johnson.
He's the 1-out base runner on third. Easton Winfield just swung and missed at that last pitch. A 1-1 count. Here it comes. Outside breaking ball 2-1. Easton Winfield played his freshman year of ball at UL Monroe down in Louisiana. He was great there. 332 average, 18 stolen bags. Here's the pitch. That's popped high in the air, tailing towards the outfield. Making the catch, tagging is Johnson. The throw in from Hughes, not in time. And Camden Johnson in off the sac fly off the bat of Easton Winfield. 2-1, Kettleers cut the lead in half.
Well, that's why the speed of Johnson is so important. Able to get into third base with only one out. That brings the sac fly into play, and Winfield did exactly that. Kettleers get a run back, now only trailing by one.
Bottom of the order, Luke Lavin, the catcher, batting ninth, another left-handed stick. Brings the bat over his shoulders, waving it with the red batting gloves. Crouch stance for Lavin. Here comes the pitch. Cracks it foul into the netting above the Bourne dugout. It's 0-1. Lavin, a .242 average at school. 3 long balls, 9 RBIs, limited playing time for him. Did have the lone run batted in yesterday against Hyannis. The 0-1 pitch with 2 outs, swing and a miss. Bounced out of the glove of the backstop, Keenan. But no trouble, no one on base. 0-2.
That was a beautiful breaking ball, just fell off at the end. Had some good vertical break on it. Lavin got on top of it.
167 batting average this summer for Lavin. Looking for some 2-out magic after the Kettleers have scored their first run of the day. Here comes the pitch. Taken outside. First ball of the count. It's 1-2. Jaron Advincula due up. Lavin takes a breath, re-enters the left-handed batter's box. Squats to a crouch. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. Roped into center field. That one gets down in front of the center fielder. John LeGrand, ranging to his left, makes the throw in. Luke Lavin, a 2-out single.
Well, we talked about it. I feel like it's been the mantra for the past couple of games. Once the hits start coming, more will follow. Hitting loves company. And when you can start seeing those base hits, especially when you're sitting in the dugout, when you see guys make good contact, when you see them get on base, it does, in fact, start to rub off on you.
This brings us back to the Kettleers' top of the order. Jaron Advincula batting first with a runner on first. Takes a pitch outside, snaps into the glove of Keenan. Ball 1. 2 down, Lavin on first. Advincula taps home. He is ready. The pitch. Up and away with a fastball. Cotuit. He had a relatively stress-free first inning, allowed a couple base runners, but a ground ball off the bat of Jack Natilli ended it with no score and no hits. In this inning, he's allowed a pair of hits and 1 run. Does have 2 outs to work with, though. The 2-0 pitch. Hit high, tailing foul over the left field foul line. It is 2-1. Cotuit checks the wrist. He comes set at his chest. The tall righty kicks and fires. Another breaking pitch is outside. 3-1 count. And these Kettleers hitters are continuing to get up on Cotuit. 2-out base runner on first is Lavin. Top of the second here. 2-1 ball game. Braves lead the Kets. Cotuit kicks, deals. Outside, ball 4. 2-out base runners for the Kettleers as Jaron Advincula takes his first walk of the day.
Well, we saw how impactful the walks given to Bourne were in the bottom of the first inning, and the Braves were able to take advantage of it. Now a good opportunity for Cotuit to take advantage of a free pass to Jaron Advincula. 2 on, 2 out.
And a quick chat on the mound with Joey Cotuit. The entire infield in there to have a chat with him, along with the pitching coach, Kevin Curtin. So the second mound visit we've seen this game, the first for Cotuit.
No movement in either bullpen, so this first couple of innings looks to be that the reins are just being handed to these starting pitchers. This is a good opportunity for them to build up reps and build up game pitching with a bit of, you could say, an uncertain situation. maybe some trouble for both of these starting pitchers. So this is all more so a learning experience especially.
Andrew Wiggins steps in now. The left fielder in the transfer portal from Indiana reached on an error and stole second in the first. 2 runners on with 2 outs for the Kets against Joey Colucci. He fires home. A first pitch strike, much needed for him. He's been all over the place this inning. 37 pitches, 27 strikes for the Virginia right-hander. Here comes his 0-1. Spiked, nice stop by the catcher Keenan. Almost got by him to his right, but was able to shift over in time.
If he did not grab that baseball, Cotuit puts 2 runners in scoring position.
Lavin's on second, Advincula on first. 2 down here in the top of the second. Joey Colucci looking to evade danger. The Braves pitcher offers a breaking pitch on the inner part, 1-2. Wiggins batting .250 this summer. A walk machine, had 3 yesterday. Fairly straight up stance, slight crouch in the left-handed batter's box. Hits that one on a line, foul, drops in foul ground, bouncing off the fence. Remains 1-2.
And in the on-deck circle, Ryan Farber giving support to Wiggins. You can hear him say, good idea.
Was trying to get it the other way to a big part of left field. Logan Hughes giving a lot of space in that area. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss on the low breaking ball. Colucci gets out of it, but not before allowing the first run of the ball game for Cotuit. It is 2-1 Braves. They'll bring up the bottom of their order in the bottom of the second here on Cape League TV.
The Kettleers in turns and the very popular t-shirt toss is brought to you by Paul J. Casalt & Sons, certified roofing experts proudly serving Cape Cod and Plymouth since 1927. If you've got roofing, siding, or gutter needs, let the Casalt family take care of your family.
Hi, Connor Shue here. Beacon Gardens is Osterville's premier garden center. Located on Osterville and West Barnstable Road, Beacon Gardens prides itself on quality products and excellent customer service. Check out their tremendous assortment of garden products. That's Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center.
You'll be ready to power up when the power goes out with generator maintenance and service from RCA Electric in Mashpee.
Bottom of the second inning here at Doran Park. Braves up 2-1 on the Kettleers. We've got the third member of our crew, Brooke Kilgore, bringing us a hit. Brooke?
It's a rare sight we might only catch a few more times this summer as Team USA draws closer, but tonight 3 of the 9 on the field are Stanford Cardinal. Joey Volchko gets the start, working with his usual battery mate Luke Lavin behind the plate and keeping a close eye on Rentaro Sasaki at first base. These 3 know each other well, not just from the diamond, but from road trips where Lavin and Sasaki have often been roommates. Yesterday, they even had a Stanford reunion with former teammates Ryan Spesiak and Charlie Bates, now with the Harbor Hawks. But right now, Bourne hitters are up against a USA Collegiate National Team pitcher, one of Stanford's top catchers, and Japan's high school home run king. Connor and Chris, back to you.
A lot of Stanford Cardinals hanging around the Cape League. Those 3 form quite the trio on the Cotuit Kettleers, all of them contributing in their own way. And comes Noah Franco to lead off the bottom half of the inning against Joey Volchko, the Kettleer hurler. Franco, the left-handed swinging right fielder. That is Jimmy Keenan, the right-handed swinging catcher, and Bryce Molinaro, the right-handed swinging second baseman. Volchko throws home, high fastball, 1-0. Franco, a tough start to the summer, 125 average in 6 games for the TCU outfielder. In there, 2-0. Off the outer corner. Franco steps back in. Red batting gloves. The kick and the 2-0 pitch. Outside once again. 3 balls and no strikes early in this bottom half of the second inning. Franco gets his bearings. Volchko kicks and deals. That's low. 4-pitch walk. The 4th free pass issued by Joey Volchko already.
Bourne only has 1 hit on this game, but now 5 Braves have reached base, 4 of those via walks. And the Bravos really took advantage of the free passes in the first inning. Like we mentioned, the only 2 runs that Bourne has scored today both reached base via a walk.
One of them was on a pitch that got to the backstop. Here comes the first offer. Check swing, a strike anyway to Jimmy Keenan digging in. Again, Volchko 4 walks. He struggled with that at Stanford. 34 free passes in 70 1/3. The 0-1 pitch, low, good stab by Lavin. Runner on first is Noah Franco with no outs here in the bottom of the 2nd. Volchko stares down the batter, Keenan. He's ready for the 1-1, set at the belt, fires, swing and a miss. And there's that pop out of the glove that everyone's been looking for from Volchko.
Keenan just unable to catch up to that baseball. That was coming in hot off the hand from Volchko.
1 ball and 2 strikes with no outs, a runner on first for the Braves. Here comes the pitch, barely cracked foul to the backstop, bounces all the way back into the field of play down the first base line, and a bat boy goes and retrieves the ball as Volchko gets a new one.
I turned to my left to look where that baseball went, and it had already bounced back out onto the field of play.
Now we're ready. 1-2 count. Volchko takes a breath, nods, kicks, fires. Low, nice breaking ball, but no offer from the catcher, Keenan. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Keenan, the right-hander, just played his last season at Wake Forest. Got there by way of St. John's. Here's the 2-2. Check swing. They go to first. He went around. So strike 3, swinging in the first punch-out for Joey Volchko.
And he didn't need the fastball to do it. That was the same breaking ball low and away, and it tempted Keenan enough to offer a half swing at it.
Bryce Molinaro steps in, the 9-hole hitter. Natural third baseman playing second today. .267 average at Penn State in the Big Ten. 61 runs driven in on 13 long balls. First pitch to him, a fastball strike on the inner part. Runner on first is Noah Franco, who worked a 4-pitch walk to start off the inning. It is 2-1, the Braves lead in the bottom of the 2nd. Volchko fires home, swing and a miss. 0-2. .329 average 2 years ago for Molinaro. Earned 3rd-team All-Big Ten honors. Now he finds himself in the Cape League for his first summer. The 0-2, check, no swing, but it was on the lower corner. Back-to-back strikeouts for Joey Volchko.
Volchko really starting to settle in now. He's been able to regain command, and more importantly, he's been able to get ahead in the counts after struggling with some walks early to be able to really pound in the zone at the beginning of the at-bat. It's proving to be fruitful.
Back to the top of the order, Riker Waite walked and came all the way around to score on a ball to the backstop for the first run of the game. He squares to bunt, pitches low and away, 1-0. Don't want to give him anything he can square up. Waite regains his bearings in the left-handed batter's box. With Franco on first and 2 down, Volchko fires. Runner goes, throw down to second. That is well in time to get the runner Franco. And Volchko gets out of it scoreless, a clean sheet in the bottom of the 2nd. 2-1 ball game, Braves up. 3 through 5 due up for the Ketts, Farber, Stevens, Natilli on Cape League TV.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generatic automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all, from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
Hi, Connor Shue here. Wake up to Cape Cod's finest coffee. Cape Cod coffee roasts fresh daily using only the finest beans. With a wide variety of options from light to dark, flavored to decaf, there's something for everyone. Visit locally in Mashpee Commons and off Route 130 in Mashpee, or venture over the bridge to Wareham Crossing, where each location offers a full bar and menu. Proudly sponsoring the Cotuit Kettleers, Cape Cod Coffee is passionate about our brews and our community.
Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialist for athletes and everyday people, is a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers. They're the go-to team for Boston's professional athletes and people across New England. So if an injury is slowing you down, Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on Cape Cod. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
2-1 ball game. Ket's up to bat in the top half of the third inning. Ryan Farber, Nolan Stevens, Jack Natilli. Farber flew out to center last time up, looking for his first knock of the day. And Farber has been the real igniter of this offense so far in the season. Hits in 6 of his 7 games. He is on his way to Auburn by way of Texas State for his junior season of collegiate baseball.
Now batting from Texas State, number 33, Ryan Farber.
5'11" infielder from San Antonio. Can play all positions from second to third. Watches that first pitch into the dirt, ball 1. What a count to start off the top of the third. The Braves pitcher Joey Colucci looking to preserve the 2-1 lead. He offers home. It's a high fastball that drew away. 2-0. Ryan Farber, the batter, .267 average at Texas State in 2025, 17 stolen bags. Here comes the 2-0. Another outside pitch, 3 balls and no strikes.
Only has 1 stolen base thus far, but the way Cotuit has been aggressive on the base pass, if the leadoff man Farber could reach, I wouldn't be surprised if they send him running.
Pair of stolen bags on the day already for the Kets. Here's the 3-0 offer. In there down the middle, 3-1. Last inning ended with Noah Franco getting caught stealing, and Joey Volchko only faced 3 batters. A real nice bounce back after the first inning he had. Now it's up to the bats. Here comes the 3-1 pitch inside, brushed Farber off the plate. That's his first walk of the day.
It's now the 3rd walk issued to Kettleers batters today.
Now batting from Mississippi
7
State,
walks
number
combined between the 2
16,
teams here in the
Nolan
top of the third. Nolan Stevens steps in. He worked one of those back in the first. Got stranded at first base, though. Swings the bat over his shoulder. White batting gloves gripping the handle. Here's the pitch. Inside, brushed his elbows back. It's 1-0. Did I say gloves?
I wasn't going to call you out on it, but you did.
How about gloves? We'll try that. It's a 1-0 count with a runner on first. Farber. Colucci fires. Another one inside, but that just nicked the zone. It's 1-1. Top of the third, 2-1 ball game. Braves hanging on by a thread to their lead. Braves with the worst pitching staff in the league by ERA, 5.28 mark in that department. 41 walks issued, leads the league as well. Just not a great season for their arms, but Colucci has looked good as he fires back to first, not in time. Farber got dirty with a dive.
Yeah, as a team staff, the Braves came into this game last in walks and hits issued per inning pitched and last in opponent batting average.
Set at the chest is Colucci. Throws back to first again. Farber is staying close, though. Colucci 2 pickoffs since his last throw home. Wants to preserve that 2-1 lead for Bourne. He throws home to Stevens. Runner goes. Farber throw down. Close, but not in time. Farber got in there on the head first dive. 3 stolen bags today for the Kettleers.
No, I'm not going to say we called it, Connor, but that's exactly what we were starting to sniff out when Farber was the leadoff man. He liked to steal at Texas State, does have some wheels on him. And what do you know, here with no outs in the top of the third, the Kettleers have a runner in scoring position.
Now you can barely read the Cotuit across his chest with the dirt. Stevens is back in, a 2-1 count. That last pitch was a ball. Colucci with trouble at second. Farber out there. Here's his throw home. Away, 3-1. And these base runners, they don't make it easy on an arm out there on the mound. Kettleers getting real aggressive on the base paths. We'll see if it keeps going their way. Farber with an intermediate lead off second. Here comes the throw home. Push Stevens off the plate. 2 walks and 2 plate appearances for the Oklahoma commit. So that's 4 walks issued by Colucci in 2 full innings. Has not gotten an out here in the top of the third.
3 of those walks have came within the past 4 batters, stretching into the top of the second. All Cotuit hitters really need to do right now is stand at the plate.
We'll see what approach Jack Natilli goes with, stepping into the right-handed batter's box against the right-handed throwing Colucci. Natilli hitless yesterday, did reach base twice, though. Swings the all-black bat over his shoulder. He's ready. Colucci, long look at second before going home. Big cut and a miss on the high breaking ball. Natilli will take his hacks. Oh, 1 count to him, the Cincinnati catcher, with the silver chain hanging over the Cotuit lettering on his chest. Here's the pitch, another swing and a miss, that time on a ball down low towards the dirt. 0-2. First time Colucci's been ahead in a count in this inning. 2 runners on for Natilli to hit with. Farber on second, Stevens on first, no outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a number out towards the shortstop, playing it on a walk backwards was Waite for out number 1.
Natilli unable to get a piece of solid contact on that baseball. It was a weak shot. All Waite had to do was stand where the ball was coming down and make the catch.
Rentaro Sasaki digs in for the second time today. A hard fly out to right field. Had some pop off the bat. It's your onomatopoeia for the day. Colucci fires home. Low, good take by Sasaki. Farber's on second. Stevens on first. Both reached via the walk. Colucci, the Virginia hurler, with a 2-1 lead, fires, and that's fired up high in the air on the infield. The third baseman, Holcomb, comes in to play it for out number 2. So the Kets go from 2 on, no outs, to 2 on, 2 outs, each runner in the same spot.
Was that the infield fly rule? Was that the home plate umpire motioning infield fly?
I think so.
That is the situation. Runners on first and second, 1 out. If the ball doesn't leave the infield, I think the discretion for the umpires, he can.
It stayed above the grass. Didn't even get to the dirt. easy can of corn for Holcomb. Now it's Camden Johnson. Left-handed swinging third baseman takes a cut, cracks it on the ground towards the Kets dugout. He's got the 2 extra base hits this season for the Kets. One of them today, one of them in the opener. Pair of doubles. He ended up stealing third and coming around to score back in the second. Oh, 1 count. 2 runners on. A look at Farber at second and the throw home. It's low. 1-1. Johnson, a 143 average this season. Hitting the 2-hole to start out. Now batting 7th. Here's the 1-1. Brushed his legs off the plate. It's 2-1. Colucci's pitch count has skyrocketed up to 60 with that last hurl. Through 2 2/3. Johnson, the third baseman, ready in the left-handed batter's box. Here comes the 2-1. Hit a grounder towards first, skips off the glove of the first baseman, Lewis, and he's in safe. Bases are loaded with 2 down for Easton Winfield.
Going to assume that it's the second error of the ball game on the Bourne first baseman Lewis. Haven't put it up on the scoreboard yet, but it was just a slow dribbler. And when it got to the infield dirt, Lewis put his glove down, and the ball never really went up into the glove. He just was kind of knocking it around the infield dirt.
Didn't really cup it. That's going to be a single for Camden Johnson. So no error on the play. Throw home is low to Winfield. So still only 1 error on the day for Lewis back in the first. He had a high chopper off the bat of Andrew Wiggins, and it skipped right off the top of his glove into the air and allowed him to reach. A short mound meeting between the catcher Keenan, the third baseman Holcomb, and the pitcher Colucci. He's working with a lot of traffic. Runners at all stations. Farber at third, Stevens at second, Johnson at first.
And how about a pair of at-bats for Johnson to start this game? Came into this one hitting 111 on the year. He's 2 for 2 to start his day today.
Winfield steps back in. He's got a 1-ball, no strike count with 2 down. And bases loaded. Colucci checks his wrist. Steps back onto the first base side of the rubber. The kick and the pitch. Low. Ball 2. I see those binoculars looking at the action over there.
I tried to be stealthy, but I hit my microphone with them.
Could hear the binoculars too.
I'm warming up in the Bourne bullpen, and Ryan Farber is blocking my view over at third base, so we'll get you that name later.
Throw home. Brushes Winfield off the plate. Colucci has to throw one down the pike, or else he's going to walk a runner home. Farber on third, Stevens on second, Johnson on first is your situation. A 2-1 ball game in the top of the third. Kettleers trying to tie this ball game up. Colucci throws home in the dirt. Run number 2 scores. Farber on the Easton Winfield walk. Bases stay loaded.
Here we go, a walk issued to Winfield brings home Ryan Farber, who was put on base with a walk. Kettleers dishing that walk success right back at the Braves.
Colucci stays in trouble. Jimmy Keenan wants to have another little chat with him.
Konstantinovsky is the Bourne arm warming up in the bullpen. Another right-handed hurler.
Might see him pretty soon if things start to get ugly in this inning. A run allowed in the second and the third now for the brave hurler, Colucci. Now Winfield's going to jog back to the dugout. with third base coach Kevin Frady. There's going to be a pitching change, and Konstantinovsky will take the place of Colucci. We'll take a quick break while he warms up here on Cape League TV. 2-2 ball game in the top of the third.
Wake up to Cape Cod's finest coffee. Cape Cod coffee roasts fresh daily using only the finest beans. With a wide variety of options from light to dark, flavored to decaf, there's something for everyone. Visit locally in Mashpee Commons and off Route 130 in Mashpee, or venture over the bridge to Wareham Crossing, where each location offers a full bar and menu. Proudly sponsoring the Cotuit Kettleers, Cape Cod Coffee is passionate about our brews and our community.
Beacon Gardens is Osterville's premier garden center. You'll find everything you need to beautify your home at Beacon Gardens, where quality products and excellent customer service make them Osterville's premier garden center. Visit Beacon Gardens on Osterville, West Barnstable Road.
Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialist for athletes and everyday people, brings you to the Kettleers' top of the order. They're the go-to team for Boston's professional athletes and people across New England. So if an injury is slowing you down, Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on Cape Cod. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
Zach Konstantinovsky comes in relief of Joey Colucci for the Bourne Braves, and he inherits a pretty tough situation. The bases are loaded with 2 outs. Easton Winfield just walked in a run. That was the last batter Colucci will face, his final line. 2 2/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 2 runs for now, 5 walks, 1 strikeout. Obviously, the run total could balloon for him as all of the runners on base are his. Konstantinovsky pitching at Rutgers, 8 starts there last season. Luke Lavin, the left-handed swinging catcher, steps in batting 9th. Had a single his first time up. Konstantinovsky fires a fastball in their first pitch strike.
Perhaps the only saving grace for the new arm for Bourne, Konstantinovsky, is that there's 2 outs on the board.
He's been tabbed for 2 innings, or 2 earned runs in 2 innings of work this summer. He fires home. That's lifted high, tailing foul towards the lights in left field. Out of play. Konstantinovsky did not pitch this year. Last through 34 innings in 2024 with Rutgers to the tune of a 5.29 ERA, 37 strikeouts. And he's off to a nice start. 0-2 count to Luke Lavin with 2 outs. The pitch is low. Again, bases are loaded. It's a 2-2 ball game. Ketts tied this one up with an RBI walk. Easton Winfield got on base to bring home Farber. Stevens on third, Johnson on second, Winfield on first. The rock in the delivery. Another one in the same spot, a changeup for Konstantinovsky. Lavin takes a deep breath. Comes back to the box. The red batting gloves and the red shin guard for him. The rock in the pitch. Rocked foul off the foot of Lavin. Elbow guard fell off. Got to stay protected in there.
Zach up on the mound appears to be throwing a little bit more peppy than Colucci did.
A little bit of zip on that fastball. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. He was late on the fastball. Bases stayed loaded for the Ketts. 2-2 ball game, though. They tie it up in the top of the third. Due up is the top of the order for the Bourne Braves. Riker Waite, John LeGrand, and Braden Holcomb due up in the bottom of the third here on Cape League TV.
The Kettleers Call to the Bullpen is brought to you by Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center. Located on Osterville West Barnstable Road, Beacon Gardens prides itself on quality products and excellent customer service. Check out their tremendous assortment of garden products. That's Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center.
Hey, it's Chris here. From bean to bite, sip, savor, and share a moment at Cape Cod Coffee. Their 2 Mashpee locations include the perfect brunch spot in Mashpee Commons and a lunch and dinner restaurant with a full bar right off Route 130. Cape Cod Coffee has also opened a new location in Wareham Crossing, where you can indulge in delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner options. Visiting any of these locations will leave you absolutely thrilled. Cape Cod Coffee is a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers.
Volchko out there for his third inning of work here in the bottom of the third at Doran Park. 2-2 ball game between the Kets and the Braves. The Kettleers have scored 1 in the top of the second and the top of the third. Volchko trying to keep it there against the Braves, who scored both of their runs in the first against Joey Volchko. And Chris, Volchko had a nice bottom of the second, struck out his first 2 batters, Keenan and Molinaro, at the end of the order. Now he faces off against the leadoff man, Riker Waite.
Now Waite was up to bat in the bottom, the bottom of the second, but Noah Franco, who reached base via walk, was caught stealing. So Waite is back up again.
Volchko nods, puts the ball in the glove, long pause, and a fire. Fastball strike. He starts his motion looking at home plate, turns his body to face the left arm towards home. Then he takes a long pause, kicks, and delivers a curveball swinging strike to Riker Waite, 0-2. Volchko's got the advantage in the count. No balls, 2 strikes, long hold, pitch, outside, 1-2. Volchko, a Team USA invitee last summer. After his great season with the Kets, as he punches out Waite looking on the fastball outside. 3 straight strikeouts.
I mean, it has just been a tale of 2 halves of this Joey Volchko outing. In his first inning, he walked 3 Bourne batters. He walked 1 to start the second, and since then, like you just said, Connor, 3 straight strikeouts.
He struck out Keenan, Molinaro, and now Waite. John LeGrand steps in the left-handed batter's box. First pitch tails into the dirt. Stopped by Lavin. 1-0 count. LeGrand swings the bat back over his shoulder. He holds it high in the air, twirling it around as he awaits the pitch. The 1-0 offer. And there a strike, another fastball. He's dialing it in, Chris. Again, Volchko has the ability to touch triple digits, so watch out if you're LeGrand. Here comes the 1-1. Chopped foul. That one went over the school building behind the stands in left field.
Here on the campus of Upper Cape Tech, home of the Rams.
Local high school here in Bourne. Really nice facility and a good field. The 1-2 pitch. Low, just off the plate. It's 2-2. LeGrand considered an offer, took a big step forward and brought the bat slightly forward, but not enough to break the plane. In there, or not quite, just off the plate. It's 3-2.
Very borderline call.
Depends who you ask.
Good take from LeGrand. He's held off on a couple of those close pitches in this at-bat.
Really good plate discipline. Here it comes, laced foul. Tailing towards the left side, bounces over the fence in a souvenir as a handful of kids chase after that one. LeGrand back into the left-handed batter's box for the second payoff pitch incoming. Volchko stares down LeGrand, gets into his motion, the long hold, the fire, swing and a miss. 4 straight Ks going back to last inning for Joey Volchko.
He is dialed. His fastball is working really solid right now. His breaking balls are going to the placement to generate those swinging strikes. I mean, he is firing on all cylinders.
He allowed 4 runs in 2 2/3 innings in his debut this summer. But this is a whole nother ball game for Volchko, like you're saying. 4 strikeouts. All in the last 4 batters he's seen. Now it's Braden Holcomb. First offer to him is a low fastball just below the knees of Holcomb. He walked his first time up, stole a bag, and came around to score. That was the second run of the ball game for the Braves. Holcomb a slight crouch in his stance, swings and misses at that breaking pitch, 1-1.
Sorry to cut you off. I was about to say, on the tune of these strikeouts, the Braves coming into this one averaging just around 9.7. Again, you can't have 0.7 of a strikeout, so we'll round up. Averaging around 10 strikeouts per game to start this season.
They've been swinging and missing on Volchko's stuff. One of the best arsenals in the Cape, some might argue. There's a reason there's a lot of scouts here to watch him. He's into his motion for the 1-1. Big offer and a miss. A vertical swing of the bat by Braden Holcomb. Tried to go fishing. Volchko calm as ever on the mound. Stares down his batter here in the bottom of the 3rd. Turns, throws the 1-2. Low and inside. Ball 2. 2-2 ball game. 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Braden Holcomb, the Vanderbilt third baseman. He's ready. Volchko holds, fires, skips that away, and that's high onto the netting, and that's one that knocks off a few cicadas.
Yeah, not fun for anyone sitting beneath those cicadas, but
I don't know who those people are, but
that's us.
Volchko, full count. He's set at the belt. Into his motion, kicks, deals, hit high in the air out towards right field. Stevens ranging back slowly to his right, only a couple of steps to make the catch for out number 3. 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 3rd for Joey Volchko. Now it's the top of the Kets order. Jaron Advincula, Andrew Wiggins, Ryan Farber due up in the top of the 4th up next on Cape League TV.
Make sure to stop by Mid-Cape Oral Surgeons, the maxillofacial surgery and dental implant center of South Yarmouth. Doctors Theo Hardees, Meyer, and Sarah Pack are the Cape's leading experts on oral biopsies, wisdom teeth extractions, and dental implant reconstructive surgery.
Kettleers Baseball is brought to you by Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialists for athletes and everyday people. Their expert team treats everything from sports injuries to everyday wear and tear, helping patients of all ages get back to what they love. Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on the Cape. Call 617-965-HAND for all of your hand and upper extremity needs.
The Kettleers Call to the Bullpen is brought to you by Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center. You'll find everything you need to beautify your home at Beacon Gardens, where quality products and excellent customer service makes them Osterville's premier garden center. Visit Beacon Gardens on Osterville, West Barnstable Road.
Top of the fourth, 2-2 ball game. The Kettleers all knotted up with the Bourne Braves playing at their park, Doran Park. A really nice field. Grass infield, grass outfield. Football field right behind. And a bit of a construction project going on behind that as well. A couple of excavators out there well beyond center field. It's fitting with the Milton Cat logo out there by the sign that marks the 395-foot dead center field wall.
Bit of unintentional product placement.
Good move on their part.
Great move. Safe.
First pitch, check, no swing by Advincula. It was a little low out of the hand of Konstantinovsky. Jaron Advincula, a ground out and a walk so far today. Leads off the fourth inning and led off this ball game. Deep crouch, watches a pitch in there, a strike. Fastball pretty in close on the plate. High hold for Konstantinovsky. He fires. That's slapped foul. Over to the school, bounces off the brick wall.
Now, Konstantinovsky, I'll call him Zach, as to not try to butcher his last name, came in a very precarious situation in the top of the first and was able to strike out Lavin, so hoping to continue that momentum here in this inning.
The throw home, ripped into right field by Advincula, played on a hop by the right fielder Franco. First base knock of the day for Jaron Advincula starts things off nicely here in the fourth inning for the Kets.
Well, when Cotuit needs a hit, typically Jaron Advincula has been the guy to give the Kettleers one, and this is another leadoff man that has reached for the Kettleers. In the last inning, Farber reached as the leadoff man and then came around to score.
We'll see if they can do something similar with Advincula. Crucial to get an early inning lead for the Kets. Andrew Wiggins steps in, reached on an error in the first inning, swiped second, and struck out his last time up. First pitch to him, watches it inside, a breaking ball. Both bullpens are quiet. Each team trusting their arm on the hill as the throw back to first isn't on time. Advincula staying pretty close to the bag despite his ability to steal bags. The 1-0 throws back to first once again. Advincula, the team leader in stolen bags. Took one yesterday. Konstantinovsky throws to first for a third straight time. Really just trying to keep Advincula honest.
Advincula leads the Kettleers in stolen bases with 5. He's only been caught stealing one time.
The 1-0 pitch hit high in the air. That's tailing off to the left side and out of play. Out of room was Braden Holcomb, the third baseman who was on his horse. 1-1 count to Wiggins. He's been in the transfer portal for about a week coming out of Indiana. Rocked a .450 on-base percentage there this past year. And guess what his on-base percentage is this summer? .450.
Consistent.
That's what he is at the dish. Another throw back to first. They are scared of Advincula over there.
On the top of the third, when Farber reached via a walk, he stole second, and that got him in good positioning to come around home.
The throw to Wiggins, runner goes. Advincula slide, throw in there in time. A C down to second off the arm of Jimmy Keenan.
It was a really good throw down by Keenan. Ever so slightly high. Waite had to reach down with the tag, and Advincula, after a head-first slide, unable to get in there safely.
So a weight off the shoulders of Konstantinovsky. Doesn't have to worry about going to first anymore. Wiggins, the bat over the shoulder. It's a 1-2 count. Here's the fire home. Cracked on the ground towards the middle of the infield. Waite fields, throws on a run. In time for out number 2. Ryan Farber stepping in. Walked to lead off the third. Came around and scored after stealing second.
Now batting from Texas State, number 33, Ryan Farber.
Farber, a deep breath, steps into the left-handed batter's box. Even medium stance in there. First pitch to him, showed bunt. Didn't go for it. Down low ball. Farber, the same routine for every pitch. Steps out for a second. Looks into the barrel of his bat. Takes a breath. And then gets ready. The 1-0 pitch. Low and in the dirt. 2-0. Looks into the orange barrel. Swings the bat once. Back into his stance. It's over his shoulder. The pitch. Inside, strike 1. 2 down, no one on. Here in the top of the 4th, tie ball game at 2 between Cotuit and Bourne. Konstantinovsky, the Rutgers righty, kicks and deals, skipped in off the plate, 3-1. Farber, a frequent starter in this Kettleers order at second, third, or short. He's playing it short today as he cracks that foul over the press box. 3-2. Sun starting to come down, temperature dropping with it. Ball into the glove of Konstantinovsky. He deals. Hit on the ground. A single down the third base line. Nobody was there. Hit him where they ain't. Farber chugging for second. Steals an extra one on the lazy jog over by Hughes. Heads up base running. Will probably be scored a single in an advancement on negligence, I guess. I mean...
Yeah, I've not heard that one.
That's not an official term, of course, but that's the way it looked from our end, I think.
If they call it a double, that is the second extra base hit of this game for Cotuit. They came into this one with just 1.
The Kettleers have doubled their extra base hit total today. First pitch to Nolan Stevens. Inside brushes him off. So 3 doubles on the season for the Kets. 2 off the bat of Camden Johnson. And then one of them, a liner down the third base line by Ryan Farber. And he took liberty of the slow-going left fielder Hughes to take second. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt. And Keenan got up quickly out of his stance, watching Farber intently over at second, dancing around off the bag every time Konstantinovsky comes set. Farber's on the bag as Konstantinovsky puts the ball in the glove at the belt. Now he gets a lead. Fire is high. 3-0. And Farber, 17 stolen bags at Texas State this past year. Konstantinovsky in his first full inning of work. The kick and the pitch. Up and away, ball 4. 3 straight walks today for Nolan Stevens. Got to tip your cap to the plate discipline he showed.
Think they now call that an Andrew Wiggins stat line. The Kettleer yesterday who was walked in his first 3 plate appearances. So now Nolan Stevens taking a page out of that playbook.
The Kettleers have done a good job of taking their free passes, especially in the past couple of games. If I remember correctly, they had 7 yesterday.
So close. 8.
Ah, jeez. Should have checked the scorebook. First pitch to Jack Natalie, swings right through it. Natilli getting his bearings, steps back into the box. A free swinger out of Cincinnati. 333 average at school. Here comes the 0-1. That was in the dirt. He nearly offered, and Farber's way off of second, going to third. He's there in time. Ball skips away, and advancing to second is Nolan Stevens after chaos on the infield. So Farber was caught in no man's land, maybe a good 10 feet off the second base bag. Keenan recognized it, threw back to second, but Farber was already trotting to third. And then the throw by the second baseman, Molinaro, was offline. So he was safe, and good recognition by Stevens to take second while all that was going on.
This is the most aggressive we have seen Cotuit this season on the base paths.
1-1 pitch. That bounces off the wrist, and Natilli is in pain. So he'll go to first, biting his chain in pain. That looked tough, to say the least. Also, they're going to score that a stolen base for Farber of third. But, man, both trainers out for the Kettleers. Natilli got hit right on the base of his wrist, on his front hand. Oh, that looked painful.
Not a good one to wear. Almost immediately, you could hear home plate umpire Sam Finn point down to the first base umpire and say, did he swing? And when the first base umpire went, no, he did not, then Finn motioned towards first base. Looked like it was one of those waiting to see if Natilli had offered a swing, they would have counted that as part of the bat and not given him the base.
Lauren Hibbs has joined the trainers over at first, taking a look at the wrist of Natilli. That loads the bases with 2 outs, so this will be the second situation the Kettleers have hit with 2 outs and the bases juiced.
Well, they're extra precautionary with Natilli because he's one of the catchers listed. He's been splitting time with Anderson French and Luke Lavin. The 3 of them have been sharing reps near equally, but Natilli's been one of the go-to guys. If there is a guy to step out of that pack and put more starts at the catching position, it is Natilli. So just wanting to be extra careful.
The question was that on the right wrist or the left wrist? Because, I mean, either is obviously a big issue, but if that's to the right one, then he's really in trouble.
Well, I'm going to reenact it just sitting here.
I think I made the mistake of saying that was on his front hand. I think it did hit the front hand, the left though. So I would imagine it's that side, so less of an issue, but you still got to have a healthy wrist to catch a 100-mile-an-hour Joey Volchko fastball. Given he's not behind the dish today and he's been DHing a lot of the time, he is one of their 3 catchers on the roster.
Well, what we don't know where Natilli was hit. We can't say it for certain, so we can't speculate on that. But what we do know is the 2 trainers and Lauren Hibbs were out there for about a minute or so talking things over, and just now they're all breaking back to their dugout. He is okay. Natilli is. He's remaining on first base, so whatever it was not enough to take him from this game.
He's already got wrist wraps on either hand anyway, so maybe some lingering damage already. Can't speculate, though. So this will bring up Rintaro Sasaki after the long injury delay, as it's called. Lefty-righty matchup for the Japanese bopper.
Bat number from Stanford, number 52, Rintaro Sasaki.
The Kettleers have left 7 men on base through 3 innings. Right now, the bases are loaded with 2 outs. You don't want to add to that statistic right now.
It's the top of the 4th, tie ball game at 2. Tough take on a pitch down low in the zone, strike one. They left the bases loaded in the third. They scored a run, had potential to do a whole lot more damage. Winfield walked in that run. Here's the 0-1. Chopped foul off home plate, off to the right side. It's 0-2. Sasaki quickly down to Konstantinovsky. Could change this game with one swing of the bat. Calls time. Pitch was thrown anyway, and they're not going to grant him time. That's a called strike three for Konstantinovsky. Sasaki can't believe it. Bartering with the home plate umpire, Sam Finn, and he's still looking for answers. Here comes Lauren Hibbs out of the dugout, going to have a quick word with Finn. Neither of them can believe it. The entire Braves infield and outfield and Konstantinovsky back into the dugout. Nolan Stevens is still out there on the base paths, and Sasaki shaking his head, walking back to the dugout. Hibbs still conversating with the home plate umpire, but I think it's a lost cause. 2-2 ball game after a tough call.
Ross Liberty and Taryn Costa.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generac automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
The Kettleers top of the order is brought to you by Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialists for athletes and everyday people. Their expert team treats everything from sports injuries to everyday wear and tear, helping patients of all ages get back to what they love. Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on the Cape. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
In comes Cade Lewis, the cleanup bat. The first baseman swinging left-handed out of Wake Forest for the Bourne Braves. That's the second straight inning they've left the bases stranded for the Kettleers bats. It's Niels and Hughes after Lewis against Joey Volchko into his fourth inning of work. Spun a gem in the third. Here comes his first offer, a fastball just off the dish, about chest high. Lewis walked his first time up. Volchko into his long motion, deals home. Hit hard, fell, tailing back towards the school over the left field screen. 1-1 count, no one on, no outs. 2-2 ball game. All tied up between Cotuit and Bourne here at Dorn Park. Volchko kicks, deals, chopped high off the ground and very slowly towards the Braves dugout. Huge gap in the middle of the infield. Jaron Advincula shifted slightly to his left, playing in the outfield. Outfield playing to pull as well. The 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, swing and a miss. Strikeout number 5 for Joey Volchko.
5 strikeouts in the past 6 batters faced for Joey Volchko. He has found his groove, and it has not ceased in the breaks between innings when he's not out on the mound.
In comes Weber Niels, the Minnesota backstop, but a designated hitter today. A single drove in a run his first time up. The right-handed hitter takes the first pitch just inside. A nice breaking ball, but just in towards the knees of Weber Niels. 1-0 Volchko pitching with no one on base with one down. Fastball inside, pops off the glove and hits the mask of the home plate umpire, Sam Finn. He needs to take a second.
Yeah, it has to be scary behind the plate when a Joey Volchko fastball comes in. Even more of a terrifying situation when that ball is coming right at your face mask.
Skipped right off the top of Lavin's glove and straight into that face mask. So he's having a little conversation with Mike Rabideau and Ben DiCostanzo. I think he motioned to the Braves dugout to get a sip of water. Probably needs a moment.
Yeah, that will rock you for a second. That one gets the blood flowing and the adrenaline as well.
Tell you what, I agree. Well, here comes the cup of water for the home plate umpire, Sam Finn, delivered by one of the local ball boys. What a nice gesture.
Very kind gesture. Intergenerational kindness being shown right now. Little man has to be no more than 5 or 6.
And he just dumped half the cup of water on the ground before going back to the infield.
Little bat boy filled it up too much. Ugh.
Seems like Sam Finn only needed a sip. And he's good to go. He's tough.
Brought him a cup, only needed a drop.
Finn returns to his post behind Jack Natilli, gives him a tap on the back. Or I should say that's Lavin behind the dish. Cats tend to DH one of the catchers. Most of these games, Natilli is typically the guy. He's only played behind the dish 2 or 3 times this summer. Volchko into his motion deals the 2-0, a fastball strike, not to the face mask. 2 balls and a strike, 1 out in the bottom of the 4th, 2-2 ball game. Braves, Kets. Long hold in the offer from Volchko just off the plate outside. Three balls and a strike. Volchko over the 60 pitch threshold. The 3-1 offer. Fastball inside, walks Niels. The 5th walk issued by Volchko, but the first since he walked the leadoff man in the 2nd.
In between all those walks were all of Joey Volchko's strikeouts. So now if you're Volchko up on the mound, just keep that strikeout train rolling, get that mindset back. There was a brief pause in that at bat that kind of shook him up a little bit just with the timing. So now find your groove again and get settled.
Works against Logan Hughes, who grounded into a double play last time up. Fastball inner part, low but on the knees for a strike. 0-1 count with 1 on. Weber Niels is on first base for the 2nd straight time. He singled his first time up. Hughes, the stout left fielder in the left-handed batter's box. The pitch, low. A nice crowd here at Bourne Park. No real grandstand here, but Volchko throws back to first. Kind of backed up a little bit behind the 1st and 3rd base lines are rows of stone that kind of represent the seating. No real seats, though. Throw home. Check swing. It's in the dirt. Runner goes. Throw down to second. Bounces out of the glove of Farber. He would have had the runner Niels dead to rights, but he couldn't pick it.
That throw down had Niels by about 2 or 3 strides. All Farber needed to do was put the glove on, but the ball never fully got settled in. The glove on Farber.
Niels labored his way to second for what might be a stolen base. We'll see what the official scoring is. 2-1 throw home. Skipped in the dirt off the chest protector of Lavin. A lot more fans seated down the 1st and 3rd base lines in lawn chairs, as is the tradition of the Cape League at most of these parks. That's what makes it special.
Quaint ballparks across the Cape. It's just, and it's been beautiful nights for baseball.
The 3-1 offer upstairs, back-to-back free passes issued by Joey Volchko. 6 walks for him today.
Lavin will walk out to the mound to talk things over with his battery mate, Volchko. Appears to be just the two of them for right now. Can see a couple of arms warming up in the Cotuit bullpen. No real hard throwing, more so just getting the arm loose.
I think one of those arms is the left-hander Chase Swift from Virginia Tech over there in the pen. The only left-hander available tonight. Now the home plate umpire, Sam Finn, is going to break up the mound meeting. Volchko walks off the back of the hill. Going to take a quick breath. Shake out the arm a little bit. Lavin back to his post behind the plate. In comes Nolan Franco, walked his first time up. Follows a pair of walks. 2 runners on with 1 out. Neal's on second, Hughes on first. The pitch. Cracked foul. Hard hit line drive. Went down the third base line, stayed foul. Volchko trying to work through his 4th inning of action. At the 70 pitch mark now. 5 strikeouts, 6 walks. Mixed so far. Volchko the 0-1. In there, a strike. 0-2. Ground ball at the middle could end this inning. Runners on first and second with 1 down. Farber, the shortstop, playing close to the bag on the right side of it from the outfield view. Volchko fires home, swing and a miss. Or did he just barely tap that foul? They go to back pick the runner at first, he's safe. The Kettleers faithful here in Bourne can't believe the call.
Rentaro Sasaki cannot believe it either. He has been at the receiving end of some close calls and has not been favorable for him either time.
So that ended up being a strikeout for Volchko. Franco did not make contact off the end of the bat, waved at it way out of the zone. The throwback looked to be in time. It was a real tight play at the bag for Hughes, who dove to first. But 2 down with 2 on. Volchko fires upstairs a fastball at Keenan, the catcher. Struck out his last time up. What a stat line. 6 strikeouts, 6 walks, and 3 2/3 for Volchko. Unique. The 1-0 in the dirt. Another good stop by Lavin.
With all those strikeouts and all those walks, you look at the hits, Volchko has only allowed 1 hit, and that was back in the 1st inning.
Got to give it to him. He's not throwing anything over the meat of the plate. Here comes the 2-0. That's high and off the glove of Lavin. Each runner advances easily. Now you got 2 in scoring position.
Volchko just made your last statement sound very correct.
That wasn't quite a pitch to hit. I'd have to agree with you, Chris. That one, you'd have to really climb the ladder to go and get that.
Just a little bit.
Swinging at your head. So Volchko's got a 3-0 count. Both runners in scoring position. The kick and the pitch. Right off the plate, it looked towards the middle, but called ball 4. And Jimmy Keenan will take first base.
Number 4, Bryce Molinaro.
So 3 walks issued this inning by Joey Volchko. In comes the 9-hole hitter, Bryce Molinaro.
Could barely hear the home plate umpire, Sam Finn, say ball in, so that ball missed just a bit inside.
First pitch ball, that really brushed Molinaro off the plate. He stumbled out of the box. Swinging it right-handed. Looking at the recap on that last at-bat, and that pitch was indeed inside.
It was a good call.
1-0. Breaking ball stayed high. Did not break downward. It is 2-0. And it's kind of hard to tell from the right side angle to see if that ball 4 is a strike. The 2-0 from Volchko. Low, that's in the zone. A fastball strike.
Force at every bag here with 2 outs. Ground ball, barring an error, could be an inning ender.
2 runs for each team here in the bottom of the 4th. Here comes the 2-1, swing and a miss. Monster cut from Molinaro. He regains his bearings. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases are loaded. It's a tie ball game at 2. Volchko offers low and in. It's 3-2. If you throw one more ball, you walk in a run if you're Joey Volchko. 2-2, runners on every base. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Volchko leaves him stranded. It stays 2-2. All tied up here at Bourne Park. Heading to the top of the 5th inning where the Kets will bat Johnson, Winfield, and Lavin next on Cape League TV.
The Kettleers interns in the very popular t-shirt toss is brought to you by Paul J. Casalt & Sons, certified roofing experts, proudly serving Cape Cod and Plymouth since 1927. If you've got roofing, siding, or gutter needs, let the Casalt family take care of your family.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generac automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all, from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
Kettleers Baseball is brought to you by Mid-Cape Oral Surgeons, the maxillofacial surgery and dental implant center of South Yarmouth. Doctors Thea Herodis, Meyer, and Sarapak are the Cape's leading experts in oral biopsies, wisdom teeth extractions, and dental implant reconstructive surgery.
Nate Wysong, the right-hander, opens up the top of the 5th for the Bourne Braves against the Cotuit Kettleers, who just managed their way out of a jam in the bottom of the 4th. Joey Volchko walked the bases loaded and struck out Bryce Molinaro swinging to end that one and keep it a 2-2 ball game. It's been a fun one here at Bourne Park as Camden Johnson, Easton Winfield, and Luke Lavin are all due up to face the new arm, Nate Wysong, the righty out of Wake Forest.
Wysong, 6'2", 195, out of Pavia, Pennsylvania. He's had one appearance this summer. He went an inning flat, walked none, gave up no hits, no runs, struck out 2.
Wysong, some struggle at school. An ERA north of 8 in 6 2/3 with the Demon Deacons. Camden Johnson, the ex-Shocker, now a Sooner, stepping into the left-handed batter's box. Double and a single for him today. Stole a bag and came around to score off that double back in the 2nd. First pitch, he squares to bunt. It goes foul off the solid attempt. Johnson, fleet of foot, has the speed to get down to first. Johnson, 5 hits this summer. Faces an 0-1 count against Wysong. Wysong Straight up on the mound, simple delivery, deals a fastball strike, 0-2. Camden Johnson, not much of a power guy. Does hit it hard to the gap, 17 doubles at Wichita State this past spring. Only 4 collegiate homers, though, in 116 games. The 0-2. Chopper foul behind Johnson. Wysong, not much of a windup. Goes straight into his motion with a kick and a pitch off the platform. Works center of the rubber. Johnson's ready for the 0-2. Set at the belt is Wysong. He kicks, fires, swing and a miss. Fastball upstairs got Johnson chasing.
Now batting from Texas, number 21,
Easton Winfield, the center fielder from Texas, up to bat. Sporting the tan spikes and the all-wood bat. Wysong fires. Curveball in there, a strike. Dipped pretty low, but on the corner. Could call that close. It's 0-1 to Winfield, the lefty. The pitch swung on and cracked right back into the screen.
The two bat boys and ball boys, one from Bourne and one for Cotuit, they raced behind home plate to get that ball fouled to the backstop. And the Cotuit bat boy did win the race, then tossed the ball over to the Bourne bat boy.
Team player right there. That's why he's with Cotuit. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a rocket out to right field. That gets down, a fair ball. Rolling to the corner, Winfield chugging on his way to second. He's going to stay on his horse over to third. The helmet almost falling off, slides in head first. The first Kettleers triple of the season.
It was bound to happen at some point, Connor. We were waiting for the first extra base hit since game one. It happened. Then another happened, and now the first triple. This is what happens. Hitting loves company. When one guy gets hot, you'll start to see it rub off on the dugout. And now the hit train just hoping to continue throughout this Cotuit lineup. They have 6 hits tonight.
And you could hear the fanfare from the Cotuit faithful here. Everyone relieved to see the lineup starting to get hot. Now it's Luke Lavin at the bottom of the order. First pitch to him is a low fastball, ball 1. Lavin batting with a runner in scoring position, Winfield on third after the triple. 3 extra base hits today for the Kets. Pair of doubles and a triple. The 1-0 offer. Low once again, 2-0. Wysong, 2 balls and no strikes in this count. Was dialing it into the first batter, Johnson, but seems a touch rattled after the triple. Wysong standing straight up on the hill, fires a pitch just on the corner. A breaker just barely caught the zone for strike 1. Lavin a 2-1 count. Wysong into his motion, fires. That's rocketed high and on the line out to left. Loud out straight to Hughes. That will score a runner, though. Winfield tagging and coming home gives the Kettleers a 3-2 advantage here in the top of the 5th.
That is something that Cotuit has been needing to do all game long, bringing in runners. Through the first 4 innings, Cotuit left 10 men on base. That time not even needing to worry about that. Bring the man on third home.
Kettleers with the lead. Jaron Advincula at the dish. That hit him in the lower back. So another hit batter, first by Wysong. Advincula quickly takes his base. His 3rd straight trip to first.
All differently. One walk, one single, and now one hit by pitch. Take your pick on what he's going to reach first with next time he's up.
Does reach in a variety of ways, just knows how to create chaos. Andrew Wiggins batting with 2 down. Reached on an error, struck out, and grounded out. 2 outs, 1 on. Throw back to first for Advincula. Saw a lot of throws back to first each time Advincula was on earlier. I think it's going to be the same this time as well. Lights have turned on here at Bourne Park. It's getting towards dusk. Second throwback. I'm going to start counting those in my book.
Counting. Did I miss something? What are we counting?
Throwbacks.
There we go. Makes a lot of sense now that you say it.
Advincula, a short lead at first. A throw home. Up and away. Ball 1.
Well, we were listening to the College World Series on the way here, and they mentioned there is no rule on disengagements at the college level yet. There is at the MLB level, but college pitchers can throw to first as many times as they want.
We'll see if Wysong tries again. Advincula runs. Great jump on the pitch. Throw down, and he's in safely. Jared Advincula, his first stolen bag of the day, his 6th on the season.
Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stolen bases on the day for the Kettleers.
And that's the Ketts people know.
The Kettleers that love to take free passes on bags as many times as they can.
The 2-0 pitch to Wiggins took a big rip at it. Ball in the dirt, just barely fouled it off. 2-1. So a runner on second for Wiggins. Wysong allowed a pair of base runners and a run in this inning. The Kettleers trying to hold on to a 3-2 advantage for their second victory of the season. But it's still early. It's the top of the 5th. Braves have a 2-4-1 record. Long hold, 2-1 pitch, outside. 3 balls, 1 strike. These teams faced off in the playoffs last year. Braves got the advantage of that 1 in 3. The 3-1 pitch. That's away. Wiggins walks for the first time today.
Yeah, this matchup, the Western Division Finals of the past season.
Now batting from Texas State, number 33, Ryan Barber.
Who knows? Could be another matchup this year if these two teams start trending up. They are 4-5 in the West Division. Hyannis leads with a 4-2-1 record. Then it's Wareham with a 4-3. And Falmouth right in the middle, 3-4. Then Bourne and Cotuit, 4-5. First pitch to Farber's inside, a ball. Wysong in trouble. 2 down, but he's got 2 base runners. Advincula on second, Wiggins on first. Farber's ready. Doubled down the left field line last time. He punches that one foul to the right side, and Nolan Stevens punched it right back with his bats he's holding in his hand.
Yeah, Stevens in the on-deck circle. Instead of trying to grab at it or grab it with his hand, he just held the bat out and got contact. I don't think that counts as a hit, unfortunately, but still impressive.
Heck, he doesn't need one. 3 walks tonight for Stevens, who's on deck, like you said. Advincula dancing, dives back to second on the throwback. Not in time. Could hear that dugout explode when they saw Advincula getting a decent lead off the bag. Watch out for number 7. Big lead for Advincula again. The throw home. in their changeup strike.
Pincula needs to be careful on a throw back down to second. We saw that yesterday when Cotuit played Hyannis. A back pick down to second base. Got a dancing, I believe it was Farber. No, it was not Farber.
1-2 pitch. Chopper on the ground towards short. The throw by Waite to first is just in time. And another cry of dismay from the Cotuit fans. 3-2 ball game. Cotuit has the lead now going into the middle of the fifth before we go to break into Chris Albright for the rest of this one. We'll go to our sideline reporter, Brooke Kilgore.
Guys, we saw it out there, Jaron Avincula kind of working his bases and making some steals. I talked with his mom last night, Carol, after the game. We saw that loss to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, and Jaron immediately went to the batting cages right after that loss. Not a second hesitation. He even told his mom, I need a couple of seconds. Wait on dinner, guys. I need to go to the batting cages. His dad was already there. He knew the drill. It seems like something that they've been doing for a long time, and his mom confirmed that. Jaron's not one to let go of a wasted opportunity, or let go of an opportunity, I should say. He's really putting himself out there, and of course his work tonight has been crucial for the Kettleers, and unfortunately that inning didn't go the way they wanted it to, but he's doing some great work. So back to you guys.
We'll take a quick break here on Cape League TV before I pass the bet to my partner Chris for the rest of this game here on Cape League TV. Again, it's 3-2 Cotuit entering the bottom of the fifth.
Hey, it's Chris, and when I'm looking for a cold treat, I go to 4 Seas Ice Cream in Centerville, the oldest ice cream shop in Massachusetts. They've been in business 91 years, carrying many of the same unbelievable flavors. Visit 4 Seas Ice Cream and taste the difference.
Hi, I'm Connor Shue. Kettleers Baseball is brought to you by longtime Cotuit residents Pat and John Callahan of Kinlan Grover Compass. With over 4 decades of experience in commercial lending and real estate, Pat and John are the go-to choice for all things real estate in Cotuit and surrounding towns. Visit them at 681 Falmouth Road in Mashpee. That's the Callahans from Kinlan Grover Compass, proud sponsors and longtime fans of the Kettleers.
The Kettleer Interns and the very popular t-shirt toss are brought to you by Paul J. Casalt & Sons, certified roofing experts proudly serving Cape Cod and Plymouth since 1927. If you've got roofing, siding, or gutter needs, let the Casalt family take care of your family.
Now batting from Vanderbilt, number
Bottom
3,
of the fifth
Riker
here
Waite.
at Doran Park in this matchup between the Bourne Braves and the Cotuit Kettleers. Cotuit with a 3-2 lead and a new pitcher out on the mound. Chase Swift replaces the righty Joey Volchko after Volchko threw 4 innings of ball, 2 runs allowed, walked 7, struck out 7. Swift's first pitch in there for strike 1. Riker Waite, the switch hitter, now hitting from the right side of the plate. He's the leadoff man. He's followed by John LeGrand and Braden Holcomb. The 0-1 misses low and away, 1-1. Chase Swift this season has 1 appearance. He went 2 1/3 innings. No hits, no runs, walked 3, struck out 2. The 1-1. Breaking ball low and away again. 2 balls and a strike to Waite.
He loves the breaking stuff, the fastball, around 89, 90. Likes to play with a big curveball.
The Virginia Tech Hokie delivers the 2-1. Swung on and fouled back over our heads. Past the first base grandstands, you could call them. They're not really grandstands, levels of grassy bermed seating where the Cotuit fans are sitting and watching this one. Cotuit with a 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the fifth. Their first time leading since facing Chatham on Thursday. 3 balls and 2 strikes now the count on Riker Waite, who is 0 for 1 today. A strikeout. He did walk in the first, came around to score. Swift, the lefty on the mound, hanging his left arm down by his side. Now comes set, tan glove at the belt, kicks and deals. Called strike 3 on the bottom part of the zone.
Really nice pinch. Went fastball after a couple of curveballs. Low and Waite just watched that one go by. Really nice spot by Swift.
Brings up John LeGrand, who is 0 for 2 on the day. Swinging a left-handed stick. Yellow top half of the bat, then a natural wood color down by the handle. First pitch, way upstairs. LeGrand was showing bunt. Infield charged in for Cotuit.
Heck, he ducked when that pitch came through.
LeGrand, 5'8", 175. He holds his yellow bat high above his head. Now the pitch, breaking ball low and in.
I think if you know about the name Craig Counsell as a baseball player and not a manager, I like to imagine his batting stance is similar to John LeGrand's. Bat straight up in the air, arms held all the way up.
2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. The pitch. And there for a strike, a fastball from Swift. He'll reach down, swipe some dirt near the pitcher's mound to dry off his hand. Standing on the third base side of the rubber. Here's his 2-1. Check swing. He did not go around. 3 balls and 1 strike now to John LeGrand.
Lavin gave him the glove point, though. Likes that pitch. Thinks LeGrand could offer at that next time he throws it.
Third baseman Johnson playing in. Here's the pitch. And LeGrand works a walk. He'll toss his bat back towards the third base dugout where Bourne is. It's the 8th walk of the day issued by Kettleers pitching, though they've had 8 strikeouts.
Now batting from
So keeping that number close to even is always nice in that ratio. Braden Holcomb up.
Got to give it to Joey Volchko. Sorry for cutting you off there, Chris, but 7 walks, 7 strikeouts in 4 innings. Just tight-roped that one, to put it lightly.
Holcomb, 6'4", 253, a much larger presence in the batter's box compared to the 5'8" LeGrand. And now motioning towards the dugout, Chase Swift is saying, "I can't hear on my pitch comm." What is a baseball game nowadays without pitch comm issues?
I think we've had one in every single game.
Tim O'Connor, the pitching coach for Cotuit, he'll walk out there as Swift removes his ball cap and they're fiddling with the pitch comm device inside his hat. Tim O'Connor, I'm not sure, as a pitching coach, your talents and skills have to include fixing pitch comm, but nowadays it might as well be a requirement for a pitching coach.
That's the new ask, and baseball is different today, Chris. So, hey, see the pitch clock out there in center field and the pitch comm. Show this to somebody, heck, even 10 years ago, and they would look at you as if you had 2 heads if you mentioned those 2 things.
The pitch comm issue is now fixed. Swift gives a thumbs up to his infield. Farber, the shortstop, and Avincula, the second baseman, playing deep but tight up the middle. Holcomb is ready, and a pickoff attempt thrown over to first, not in time. As LeGrand is back there with a head-first slide. Deep breath from Holcomb, who is 0 for 1 today. He also walked in the first and then came around to score. That was the Braves' second run, and since then they've yet to get another across the plate. Here's the pitch. Swung on and lifted high but foul. Back up the first base grandstand. I'll call them the grandstands, the hill. And Connor, you've got your glove here. Now we're ready for a foul ball.
Can't get caught with one tailing over this netting. It's right in front of us, but you never know.
Another pickoff over to first. This one did not require a slide from LeGrand. He takes a couple of strides off first base. Rentaro Sasaki is holding him honest at first. There is a large gap on the right side of the infield. Home plate umpire Sam Finn steps from his crouch behind the catcher and motions towards Chase Swift. You have to make eye contact with Holcomb, the batter. Swift fixes his belt, now makes eye contact, a prolonged eye contact, and he's ready to deal the 0-1. A breaking ball bounced in there, ball 1. Holcomb out of Vanderbilt. He was born in Florida. His place of birth, Eglin Air Force Base. The 1-1. Swung and fouled back to the screen. That was near us. Boy, were we ready. 1-2. There's cicadas everywhere. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on first. Cotuit up by 1 run. Swift ready on the mound, staring down Holcomb. Here's the pitch, runner goes. Swung and lined foul down the right field line. LeGrand will have to make his way back to first base. Holcomb on the season, 5 for 28 coming into this one. Has 3 RBIs. One of those hits coming into this game was a double. Looking to get into the hitting department here in this contest. Sun continuing to set. Still a bit of blue in the sky. Here's the pitch. Bouncing in. Ball 2. Lavin, the catcher, kept it in front of him. Lights shining bright here at Durham Park on the campus of Upper Cape Tech. Beautiful baseball skies. Can still see some high clouds. Here's the 2-2. Low and in the dirt. LeGrand at first took a big secondary lead off, then scampered back to first base. So the count has run full at 3 balls and 2 strikes here with 1 out. Bourne trying to answer back Cotuit's 1 run at the top of this frame. Payoff pitch pending. Swung and fouled back towards the screen. This time nearly directly behind home plate. Volchko got up to 80 pitches in his outing. That lasted 4 complete innings. Swift trying to limit getting up high in the pitch count. This has been a lengthy at-bat in this battle between Swift and Holcomb. Lefty versus righty. Holcomb, the batter, draws a line in the dirt with his bat. Now he's ready. Swift set at the belt. And a pickoff attempt over to first, not in time. Swift being a southpaw, he's staring right at the first baseman, Sasaki, and LeGrand, who is taking a 5-pace lead off of first base. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Runner goes, swung on and fouled back again. Holcomb is not letting Swift get anything near the zone without him swinging at it. LeGrand slowly walking back to first base. Swift wiping his pitching hand on the dirt. Now he's staring down Lavin, gets his sign, set again at the belt. Here's the pitch. Swung on in a soft tapper right to Swift. He falls to the ground and he can't hold on to the ball, but recovers, throws to first in time to retire Holcomb. What an athletic play from the pitcher, Chase Swift.
He made it scary. Would have had a chance at 2, but he did a great job to recover, fire that one calmly over to first in time. That was a strike to get Holcomb. So, quite the salvage, I must say.
It did advance LeGrand to second. So the tying run in scoring position for Bourne. Here with 2 outs, Cade Lewis is up. The 4-hole hitter for Bourne. The tall lefty ready for the first pitch from Swift. Here it is. Just a bit outside for ball 1. Cade Lewis, 6'3", 220 out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Came into this one hitting .409. The pitch. In there for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Lewis leads the Braves in RBIs. He has 5 of them on this season. Able to leg out extra base hits. He has 3 doubles. The 1-1 is golfed in the air towards center field. Charging in Winfield. He won't get there. That sinks down for a base hit. Coming in to score is LeGrand. And staying content at first with an RBI single is the RBI leader for the Braves, Cade Lewis. This game is knotted up at 3.
Took out his pitching wedge for that one. Golfed it into center. Really no chance for Farber or Winfield to get to it. Just perfect placement and 2 outs, so LeGrand had the okay to run that one all the way out to home.
Brings up Weber Niels. Was from Edina, Minnesota. Back-to-back Minnesota natives in this roster for Bourne. Swift set, the first pitch. Taken for strike 1. Niels today, 1 for 1. He had an RBI single in the first inning. He walked in his second plate appearance, made it all the way to third base. Swing and a miss on the 0-1. Did not come around to score. He's down in this count 0-2 with 2 outs. Cade Lewis at first for Bourne. Sasaki holding him honest. The 0-2. Tailed away from the heart of the zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good attempt at the frame job by Lavin. Tried to sneak that one up ahead into the zone.
Infield shaded to their rights just a tad. Here's the pitch. Off the end of the bat, sinking into left field. Wiggins will play it on a hop. Going from first to second is Lewis, and Weber Niels reaches with his second single of the day.
I think he might have had some firewood on that swing. Sounded like the bat almost cracked open on it, but a really good piece of hitting. Just served it pull side into left field and far too shallow for Wiggins to go and play it.
Logan Hughes, a lefty. Bourne staggering their hitters left, right in this part of the lineup. Hughes, 0 for 1 today. He grounded into a double play. First pitch to him, just a bit outside. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 on, 2 out. Bottom of the 5th. This game's even at 3. The pitch from Swift. Swung and fouled back over the press box. Count will even at 1-1. Hughes walked in the 4th. That was his 7th walk of the year. He leads Bourne in that department. Patient at the plate. The pitch. Swung on at a looping breaking ball, 1-2.
Just totally mistimed that one. Looked like he was almost late on a breaking ball.
Outfield straight away. Infield playing the lefty, hitting Hughes to pull. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Upstairs, throwback to first, not in time. Sasaki was about 4 or 5 feet behind first base down the line. A little miscommunication with Lavin. Those two, you'd think they would be on the same page.
You know, good thing he was straight back to the bag, or back from the bag on a straight line and not off to the left at all. That one would have been into the outfield.
2-2, 2 outs, the pitch, and they're called strike 3. Swift is able to get out of the inning. Bourne strands 2 runners, but they even up this score at 3. We'll head to the 6th here at Durham Park. This is Cape League Baseball on Cape League TV.
The Kettleers Call to the Bullpen is brought to you by longtime Cotuit residents Pat and John Callahan of Kinlan Grover Compass. With over 4 decades of experience in commercial lending and real estate, Pat and John are the go-to choice for all things in real estate in Cotuit and surrounding towns. Visit them at 618 Falmouth Road in Mashpee. That's the Callahans from Kinlan Grover Compass, proud sponsors and longtime fans of the Kettleers.
Boston Hand to Shoulder are a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers, trusted orthopedic specialist for athletes and everyday people. Their expert team treats everything from sports injuries to everyday wear and tear, helping patients of all ages get back to what they love. Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on the Cape. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generac automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
Middle third of this lineup coming up for Cotuit. It is Nolan Stevens, Jack Natilli, and Rentaro Sasaki. Stevens, 0 for 0 today, but he's reached base 3 times, all 3 times via the base on balls. We talked about it on the pregame show. You'd think if there's some pop in this lineup from a home run ball, it would be from one of these 3 guys, all of whom can really barrel up a baseball. 3-3 the score in this one, top of the 6th. The first pitch inside, skips away from the catcher Keenan, ball 1.
There is a lineup change. Case Sanderson pinch hitting for Natilli.
Natilli got hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. Stayed in the game at that point, but now perhaps out of just an abundance of caution, replacing him with Sanderson. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss from Nolan Stevens. Stevens 4 for 27 coming into this game, and he has stayed at 4 for 27, but has really bumped up his walk number. The pitch, swung and fouled back over the screen, 1-2, and we get another race between the Cotuit and the Bourne ball kids. So it wasn't quite over the screen. I guess it bounced back. And we've got some really good hustle from the ball kids. If that doesn't tell you about a program, I don't know what will.
Hey, maybe we'll see him hustling down the bases in about, 15 years.
1-2 pitch. Swung and fouled away. This one's over the screen into the Bourne seating section down the third base line. 77 degrees. It's currently 8:26 local time. Sun has officially set, but casting good colors, bright pink clouds up in the sky, fading blue. Beautiful baseball weather. 1-2 pitch. In there, down the chute, called strike 3. Stevens down looking. That's out number 1 in the inning. Nate Wysong remaining out on the bump.
He had a troublesome 5th inning. Almost got into big trouble, allowed 1 run, but stranded 2 runners. After an Easton Winfield triple, he scored and then hit by pitch, a walk, and then issued that ground out.
Sanderson now up, replacing the right-handed hitting Natilli with another left-handed bat. So it'll be Sanderson instead of Natilli. It's an easy change as Natilli was the DH. The first offering to Sanderson. He takes, and they're called strike 1 on the inside part of the zone. Sanderson this season, he's 4 for 18, hitting at a .222 average. He has 3 RBIs, 4 walks, and 2 strikeouts. He watches the 0-1. Missed just a bit away, 1-1. Wait, the shortstop kicking at the dirt. He's positioned just a step or 2 in front of the outfield grass. Same as the second baseman, Molinaro. The pitch. Sanderson takes in at the knees, but it's called strike 2. Rentaro Sasaki awaits on deck. Sanderson swings the bat. Black on top, wood color down by the handle. He's locked and loaded. The 1-2 pitch. He'll take outside, 2-2.
Sanderson knows how to take his walks. Strong discipline shown early on in this summer. A handful of walks near the team lead. He's got 4.
Slight crouch in his stance, wagging his bat. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and lined right into the Bourne dugout. Looks to be that everyone is okay. That was hot off the bat right into the third base dugout. And the home plate umpire, Sam Finn, making sure everyone's okay. All thumbs up from the home team, and they're all whites with the red caps. Wysong up on the mound has his sign. Black glove tucked up under his left shoulder, now set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss from Sanderson. Back-to-back Ks for Wysong. Now 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Rentaro Sasaki will walk up to the plate. He'll stop in the left-handed batter's box for Sasaki, still searching for his first hit here on Cape. Red cleats digging into the dirt that has been scuffled up all night long right around the dish. He awaits the pitch. Healthy hack missed it, 0-1. Sasaki today, 0 for 3. A flyout to right field, a pop-up, and a strikeout looking when he tried to call time. 0-1 pitch. Down the middle, strike 2.
And last summer in the Appalachian League, only played 9 games, but a .913 slug, 9 hits, 3 homers. Just waiting for some of that to show through here.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Wysong will kick and deliver. Outside. Ball 1. 300 feet down the right field line. Should the power-hitting lefty pull it, he has a bit of a shorter porch out there in right field. 1-2, Sasaki ready, bouncing his bat on his back shoulder. The pitch. He takes upstairs. Ball 2, the count will even at 2-2. Camden Johnson taking cuts in the on-deck circle. He's 2 for 3 today. Sasaki ready, 2-2 pitch, 2 outs. Just a bit outside on a breaking ball. The count will run full. The Bourne dugout thought it was strike 3.
I just think that's a major league take. Just outside. That's borderline almost, but has the gall to let that one fly by.
Sasaki, one of the top prospects in the 2026 MLB draft. Here's the payoff pitch. And he works a walk. That's a big league walk right there. He was down in the count 0-2 and was able to work a walk on 4 straight balls.
Yeah, he was down early in that count and just took strong take after strong take and let Wysong miss to him.
1 on, 2 out. Camden Johnson up to the plate. There's been a place where Cotuit has struggled tonight. It is leaving runners on base. In fact, in every inning, they've left at least 2. A total of 12 runners left on base for the Kets. First pitch to Johnson misses outside. With Jack Natilli's replacement of Case Sanderson, the entirety of this Cotuit Kettleers lineup is either hitting lefty true or a switch hitter. The only switch hitter is Ryan Farber, and he's been taking cuts from the left side of the plate. The 0-1 pitch. Johnson takes again up at his neckline, 2 balls and no strikes.
And you would think Bourne would bring out a left-handed reliever sometime soon against the lineup with 8 true left-handed bats in it.
You look out to the Bourne bullpen. They have one guy throwing, doing some crow hop pull-down throws, and it's a right-hander. Sasaki creeping at first base. He's about 2 paces off the bag. The righty Wysong delivers the 2-0. Down the middle, strike one. Johnson, 2 for 3 today. Double, a single. He struck out swinging his last plate appearance. Now has 5 hits on the season. 2-1 pitch. Showing bunt pulled back. That pitch missed up high. 3 balls and 1 strike. Johnson, the left-handed hitter, pulls up his maroon sleeves. White batting gloves will take a practice swing. Now he'll step back up into the box. Standing upright, he awaits the pitch from Nate Wysong out on the mound, and Wysong will step off the rubber and take a deep breath. 2 outs here, top of the 6th in a 3-3 ball game. Johnson ready, Wysong ready. 3-1, here's the pitch. Sasaki thought about going, and it's called strike 2. Sasaki ready for a hit and run if the opportunity presents itself. But here with 2 outs, he'll be going on anything. Full count. Wysong dealing to Camden Johnson. Johnson wagging his fingers. Now he's ready. Here's the pitch. Just a bit low. Ball 4. And the Bourne dugout letting Sam Finn, the home plate umpire, hear it.
Scott Landers, the field manager, is not pleased with what's happening out there. Yelling 2 in a row, 2 straight pitches that, or 2 straight batters that he thought.
Sam Finn, the home plate umpire, hear it.
Scott Landers, the field manager, is not pleased with what's happening out there. Yelling 2 in a row.
And now the Bourne ball boy has to do a sheepish walk to pass off baseballs to the home plate umpire.
It's not an admirable task, or I wouldn't want to be him.
And he almost got ignored. Now he'll pass off the baseballs. Caught in the crosshairs of that interaction between the grown-ups. Easton Winfield will dig in for Cotuit. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Tie game at 3 apiece. Sasaki at second, Johnson on first. First pitch, in there for strike 1 on Easton Winfield. Winfield today, a sacrifice fly. That brought in a run. He walked in a run as well, and then tripled and came in to score in the 5th. The pitch he takes, a fastball for strike 2. Winfield has contributed to all 3 of the Kettleers' runs. Looking to contribute again here. 2 on, 2 out, nothing in 2. Here's the pitch. Misses outside, another fastball, 1-2.
Wysong has begun to lose his control. Sam Finn isn't happy.
Tensions everywhere. Tensions are rising. It's a tie ball game. Lots of emotion in this one.
Hibbs can't
between
believe
2
it
Western
over there.
Division teams. We heard Lauren Hibbs saying, we didn't say anything. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on for Cotuit. Winfield at the plate, deep crouch. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Had a fastball upstairs. Wysong will walk off the mound to a thunderous applause from the Bourne fans. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th, tied up at 3. This is Cape League Baseball on Cape League TV.
The Kettleers and Turns and the very popular t-shirt toss is brought to you by Paul J. Casalt & Sons, certified roofing experts, proudly serving Cape Cod and Plymouth since 1927. If you've got roofing, siding, or gutter needs, let the Casalt family take care of your family.
Hi, Connor Shue here. Beacon Gardens is Osterville's premier garden center. Located on Osterville and West Barnstable Road, Beacon Gardens prides itself on quality products and excellent customer service. Check out their tremendous assortment of garden products. That's Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center.
You'll be ready to power up when the power goes out with generator maintenance and service from RCA Electric in Mashpee. From preventative maintenance plans to 24/7 emergency service, trust RCA to keep your generator humming. Call us or visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. Generating trust.
Home half of the sixth here at Durham Park. Nearly 2/3 of the way through this one. Knotted up at 3. Both teams scoring a run in the 5th. A very animated top of the 6th here. Bourne dugout was issued a warning. Same with the Kettleers. First 3 up for the Bravos this frame. Noah Franco, Jimmy Keenan, and Bryce Molinaro, 7, 8, and 9. Swift still out on the mound for the Kettleers. The lefty delivers. Beautiful breaking ball in there. Belt high for strike 1. Franco today, he is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He did walk in the second, but then was caught stealing by the catcher, Lavin. Here's the pitch. Swung and chopped foul right back to the screen. Swift able to work quickly into an 0-2 count.
Threw a lot of pitches in that first inning. Over 30 for him back in the 5th and managed to K a pair, but allowed a run.
32 pitches precisely for Swift in his first inning of work. I'd love to cut that number down. That's what Volchko did when he came in. First inning had a little trouble. His second inning, he only needed 15 pitches. Here's the 0-2 on Franco. Upstairs, chin high for ball 1. Franco, 2 for 17 on the year, has a home run. Breaking ball misses upstairs again. That one at the chin exactly. Brush back Franco just a little bit. Counts even at 2-2. Plenty of space down the left field line. Here's the pitch. Swung and fouled back again to the screen. 2-2. Franco, a left-handed hitting hitter. Navy blue socks pulled up to his knees. Red batting gloves holding a wood bat. Here's the 2-2. Chopped in the air. That's down the line and foul. Rintaro Sasaki, the first baseman for the Kettleers. Watch that one sail over his head and foul. Count will stay at 2-2. Sasaki now playing just about 3 feet to the left of the first base line. The 2-2 bounces in there for ball 3.
Niels, but Franco has been fighting off everything in this count, from the foul ball in the dirt that he just socked out of there to a couple of nice takes. He's fighting.
Franco ready. Here's the pitch. And he takes that pitch, just misses for ball 4. Franco works the leadoff walk, his second of the day.
It's 4 base runners allowed by Chase Swift in a full inning of work. Hasn't gotten an out yet. Already up to 40 pitches. At some point, I feel like you got to get someone warming.
No arms throwing in the Kettleers bullpen out in right field. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss from Jimmy Keenan. Keenan, the catcher for Bourne. He is 0 for 1 today. Struck out in his first time up. He then walked in the fourth, unable to advance any further than first base. The 0-1 misses outside. Count will even at 1-1. Keenan 4 hits on the summer. One of those a double. The pitch. Breaking ball a bit inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Keenan has a bit of trouble with the strikeouts. He has 11 strikeouts on the summer compared to just 1 walk. Swung on and fouled into the mitt, but it popped out of Lavin's glove. I should say those stats for Keenan were coming into this one. With 1 apiece, he's now up to 12 strikeouts and 2 walks. So still a rather large gap between those strikeouts and walks. 2-2 is the count. Big gap on the right side of the infield. The pitch. Upstairs and a bit outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sasaki holding Franco tight at first base. Advincula, the second baseman, playing about 10 feet to the right of second base. The pitch. Swung and fouled back to the screen right in front of the press box. And the Kettleers ball kid will run out unopposed to get that ball. Shortstop Farber playing shaded more towards second base than third, but towards the center of that gap. Payoff pitch. Popped up foul again. This one over the lights down the first base line. And up off the roof of what looks to be a house. But it matches the building style of everything up here at Upper Cape Tech, so I would assume the school owns that building. Swift ready. Brown glove at his belt. The pitch ripped foul down the third base line. It will 1 hop to that fence and trickle back into fair ground. Wiggins, Cotuit's left fielder, will have to run over there and toss it either to a fan or a coach.
Swift has been throwing a lot over the heart of the plate. His past 5, center cut.
Oh, dear. So a couple of Wiggins tossed that ball over to some kids, and they couldn't hold on. And then they dove onto the field of play to retrieve that baseball. And then the umpires rightfully called time to avoid any injury from the spectators.
It's funny, a couple days ago, back at Lowell Park, there were some fans,
Don't remind me.
some kids hanging out on the center field wall.
Pickoff attempt, not in time.
And you weren't too pleased.
No,
How do you feel about this one?
that's what happens. You start climbing the wall, you're going to fall. It rhymes, and it's the truth. Climb the wall, you will fall.
Wise words, Chris.
Payoff pitch on its way. Swift dealing to Keenan. Swing and a miss at a ball low and away. Great put-away pitch from Chase Swift, his 3rd strikeout of this campaign.
It's that diving off-speed pitch that he has.
Now batting from
Just set it up with the long at-bat. A nice battle between him and Keenan, and eventually won by Swift, who is 50 pitches deep. An inning and a third, and 50 pitches thrown by Swift.
And with that knowledge, it's not a surprise that Tim O'Connor will walk out to the mound to talk things over with Swift and the infield. And he will take the baseball from Chase Swift, thus ends his night at 50 pitches. A Kettleers call to the bullpen. We'll take a quick break. You're listening to Cotuit Kettleers Baseball on Cape League TV.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generatic automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all, from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
Hi, Connor Shue here. Wake up to Cape Cod's finest coffee. Cape Cod coffee roasts fresh daily using only the finest beans with a wide variety of options from light to dark, flavored to decaf, there's something for everyone. Visit locally at Mashpee Commons and off Route 130 in Mashpee, or venture over the bridge to Wareham Crossing, where each location offers a full bar and menu. Proudly sponsoring the Cotuit Kettleers, Cape Cod Coffee is passionate about our brews and our community.
Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialist for athletes and everyday people, is a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers. They're the go-to team for Boston's professional athletes and people across New England. So if an injury is slowing you down, Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on Cape Cod. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
Pitching change for the Kettleers. Zane Coppersmith now out on the mound for Cotuit. 6 foot flat, 195 out of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Stays home for college, just wrapped up his year at Stetson. He has 2 appearances on the year. 4 1/3 innings, 4 hits allowed, 3 runs all earned, 1 walk, but 6 strikeouts. Can really generate those strikeouts.
And his first outing, I think, was the real gem for him. 3 shutout innings against Orleans in the season opener. Got hit around a little bit last time, but he's limiting the walks and he's punching tickets, and it's really all you can ask for.
Coppersmith will come into this game with 1 on, 1 out. Noah Franco, who reached via walk, still stands on first. And Bryce Molinero's at the plate for Bourne. Coppersmith, the righty, checks the runner at first over his shoulder. Now set at the belt and delivers. First pitch pops high out of the glove of Lavin, and taking second base easily is Noah Franco on that wild pitch. Coppersmith perhaps shaking off a good mixture of pre-pitching jitters coming out of the bullpen. Just reared back a bit too far on that fastball. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That fastball just a bit inside. Ball 2. Go ahead run at second for Bourne in this 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 6th. Night has fallen. Can't see the clouds in the sky. Here's the 2-0 pitch and a swing and a miss from Bryce Molinero.
So that high fastball is the bread and butter of Coppersmith's arsenal. It's a lot of whiffs on it.
No wind right now. Tall American flag out in center field, not waving around. Here's the 2-1. In there for strike 2. It did pop out of the glove of Lavin. He'll brush off his throwing hand, Lavin does, and punch his catcher's mitt to deepen the pocket. Coppersmith set up on the first base side of the rubber on the mound. Maroon Sox showing high. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Coppersmith gets out number 2 via the punch out. That will flip the lineup card. Riker Waite will step up, the switch hitter out of Vanderbilt. He'll be hitting left-handed against this righty on the mound in Coppersmith. Go-ahead run stays at second base for Bourne. Third baseman Camden Johnson playing in a step or 2 from the infield grass. The rest of the infield shaded to their lefts. Cracked on the ground to first base, and it gets through the wickets of Sasaki. Rounding third and coming in to score is Franco. And Sasaki can't hold on to the throw at first. Waite took a big turnaround first base, got back to the bag in time, and Bourne has taken a 4-3 lead.
When you think you're out of the inning.
A routine ground ball down the first base line. Sasaki had it measured. Ball perhaps took a funky hop right when it got towards the glove of Sasaki. And just went in between his legs. Rolled into the right field grass. Brief pause in play. Riker Wade appears to be in some discomfort. He's walked into the right field grass right down the line. He's talking things over with Bourne's first base coach, and now the head man for Bourne, Scott Landers, walking out there to check on his leadoff hitter. Wade hunched over at first base, hands on his knees. He's just talking things over with the training staff and coaches. He'll put his helmet on, take a quick jog, touch the outfield grass, and then come back. Looks like he'll be staying in the game. And while that's going on, Coppersmith on the mound, throwing a couple more pitches to the catcher, Lavin.
Also, that run will get tabbed to Swift. Walked Franco, got to second, and then it's just tough. Took a weird hop down the first base line, and that one just slipped out of the fingers of Rintaro Sasaki down the first base line, and that ball took a much longer roll down towards the corner, and at that point, it was easy for Franco to get back home, and it's a brand new ball game, 4-3 Braves.
John LeGrand will step up to the dish, hitting from the 2-hole today. He'll dig in from the left-handed hitting side of the plate, and he awaits a first pitch from the righty Coppersmith. Set at the belt, now delivers. Fastball gulfed in the air towards left field. Wiggins has it measured, reaches up his glove, and makes the catch. That will end the inning, not before the Bourne Braves score one run, and they will take a 4-3 lead into the 7th inning. This is Kettleers Baseball on the Kettleers Digital Network.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generatic automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all, from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
Hi, Connor Shue here. Wake up to Cape Cod's finest coffee. Cape Cod coffee roasts fresh daily, using only the finest beans. With a wide variety of options from light to dark, flavored to decaf, there's something for everyone. Visit locally in Mashpee Commons and off Route 130 in Mashpee, or venture over the bridge to Wareham Crossing, where each location offers a full bar and menu. Proudly sponsoring the Cotuit Kettleers, Cape Cod Coffee is passionate about our brews and our community.
Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialist for athletes and everyday people, is a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers. They're the go-to team for Boston's professional athletes and people across New England. So if an injury is slowing you down, Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on Cape Cod. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
Top of the 7th, the Kettleers coming up to bat. It'll be 9-1-2. Luke Lavin, Jaron Avincula, and Andrew Wiggins. New arm out on the bump for the Bourne Braves.
John Abraham, 6'3" lefty from Florida State, 4.64 ERA this past season in 33 innings, primarily out of the pen. 42 Ks, solid strikeout numbers. Had some walk trouble, but seems to have the stuff to overcome it.
Now Abraham has no stats on the Bourne stat sheet. We'll assume this is his first start, or first appearance of this summer. Here's his first pitch to Lavin, in and at the toes of Lavin. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs. Lavin today has a hit. That was back in the second, struck out in the third, and had a sacrifice fly in the fifth. That put the Kettleers ahead 3-2. This one a chopper right towards the second baseman Molinaro, fielding to his left, and will throw over to Lewis in time to retire Lavin. 4-3 on the putout. Now we'll bring up the leadoff man, Jaron Avincula.
Reached the last 3 times up. Stole second off that hit by pitch back in the fifth. See if he can create a little more chaos.
He's reached base in his past 3 plate appearances. 1 was a walk, 1 was a single, and 1 was a hit by pitch. First pitch to him, just a bit low. 1-0. Avincula, a left-handed hitter, can really pepper it anywhere. There's a massive gap up the middle in the Bourne infield. 1-0. Swung on and lined into right field, sinking down for a base hit. The contact king reaches first base via a single, and that will put 1 on with 1 out.
Just good contact, flinging it out to right field, and always a lot of green grass over there for him to work with, and it's just what he does. Drives it over the head of the first baseman like it's nothing.
Andrew Wiggins, the left-handed hitter, wrapping up his year at Indiana. He'll dig in. Wiggins was walked 3 times in Cotuit's matchup yesterday. The first pitch to him. He'll take outside for ball 1. Wiggins today has reached via an error, struck out, grounded out, and then was walked in his last plate appearance. A pickoff attempt over to first, no tag applied. Avincula will dive back head first. He's gotten his jersey all dirty all day long. Seems like since the first 2 innings, he's been wearing dirt across his chest and the front of his pant legs. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and lined towards center field. It's falling fast, but charging in and making the catch is LeGrand, and hustling back to first base to not get eaten up on a double play is Avincula. He's back there safely.
Tough out. Hard contact off the bat of Wiggins to dead center, and LeGrand has a lot of range out there. That's why he's playing center. Came in and got that one quickly. But if you're the Kettleers, you got to score something here. You have left 14 runners on base tonight. So it's now or never. It just seems like almost every time you get runners in scoring position or on base in general, just something goes wrong.
Every inning, Cotuit has left at least 2 runners on base. Swing and a miss at a first pitch strike. Goes Ryan Farber. He's battling John Abraham, who has come into this ball game for Bourne, and he's retired 2 of the first 3 batters he's faced. Abraham, the righty, black glove at his chest. He nods, but will fire another pickoff attempt over to first base, and Avincula's back safely.
You know, fun fact about Abraham, if you're a hockey fan, you might know this name. His cousin is T.J. Brody, defenseman for the Maple Leafs.
Good old T.J. Brody. His cousin pitching for Bourne right now. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball at the Cotuit lettering on Farber's jersey upstairs, called ball 1. Cotuit down by 1, Bourne leading this one 4-3. Cotuit has 7 hits compared to the Braves' 3. Here's the 1-1. Upstairs again. Dust popping out from the tan catcher's mitt of Keenan behind the dish as he reached up to snag that one. Bright lights illuminating Durant Park. Completely black skies. It's 9:03 local time. Red letters and numbers shining from the scoreboard in right center. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung and engulfed out towards right center field. Tracking it is LeGrand, and he'll make the catch on his run to the left. Abraham comes into this game, retires 3 of the 4 Cotuit hitters he faces, and Bourne still leads by 1. This is Kettleers Baseball on the Ketts Digital Network.
Thanks, guys. Brooke Kilgore alongside Zane Coppersmith, who had himself a night for the Cotuit Kettleers last night, came in the fourth inning, I should say, coming in, pitching 4 strikeouts and also 2 hits, no earned runs. Zane, just really quickly want to talk about what was kind of that energy. What was your thought process out there on the mound?
So coach told me I was first out a couple days before, so I was just getting my mind ready for that. I knew I just wanted to keep him off balance, just try to mix up my stuff well, and it worked out, it went well.
A little bit of energy out there. There was a play in your stretch out there where you and catcher Jack Natilli almost collide, going headfirst to each other.
Yeah.
Walk me through that play and how that out happened.
So basically he bunted and he popped it up like right between both of us. And I think we both saw each other going to slide for it, and we couldn't call it because it was just like a bang bang. So we kind of just both slid next to each other, and he caught it, and it was cool, I guess. So
if you want to see a photo of that play, check out our article written by Abby Halplin. It was incredible. It looked like you guys were just absolutely going to collide and just inches apart, I should say, from each other. Now, Zane, you played for Wareham last year. You were with the Gatemen, had a solid showing out there last summer. Tell us, do you know of anything of what Ryan Smythe's game plan might be tonight?
I'm sure Smythe just fired up the boys, getting them ready for today to play us. The boys getting them ready. I'm sure they're ready, we're ready, so it'll be a good game.
And that's great. All right, what can fans expect from you? So take a second, you're playing summer ball, you come out of Stetson College, ready to go, having a great year there. What is the one thing that you want to focus on this summer?
I just really want to focus on helping us win some games and working on my stuff. Mixing in all my stuff, curveball, splitter, slider with my fastball. Just making sure that I feel well with them and throwing them good.
All right. Well, that has been our time with Zane Coppersmith. You can catch the Cotuit Kettleers again right here at Lowell Park with first pitch at 5.
Bottom of the 7th, Coppersmith fired a first pitch strike to Braden Holcomb. Now the 0-1. Breaking ball misses just a bit high and away. Ball 1. Holcomb, Lewis, and Niels due up for the Bravos, who are holding on to a 1-run lead. Coppersmith still out on the mound for Cotuit. He came in and got the final 2 outs of the previous frame. That 1-1 is swung on and fouled into the mitt of Lavin behind the dish. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The righty, Braden Holcomb, 0 for 2 today, but he has walked and came around to score. That was in the first inning. Coppersmith, the righty, will kick and deal the 1-2. Upstairs, Holcomb thought about swinging but held off. 2-2. Avincula and Farber pacing around at their positions in the infield. Outfield is straight away. Here's the 2-2 pitch with no outs. Spiked in the dirt and will take 1 hop before deflecting off Lavin's glove into the backstop. Count has run full. Looking around the league, 4 other games going on and 4 other games have gone final. So I guess they're no longer going on. This one, the only live game. Payoff pitch. Just a bit outside of the zone, ball 4. A leadoff walk for Braden Holcomb. That will bring up Cade Lewis. Looking around the Western Division, Hyannis beats Chatham 6-1. That game was at Hyannis. Wareham drops a game to Harwich. The Mariners beat the Gatemen 3-2. Falmouth took on YD, and the Red Sox of YD won that one 4-3. The first pitch in and at the shins of Lewis, ball 1. The only other game, a matchup between two Eastern Division foes, Brewster and Orleans. Brewster got out to a 6-0 start. They nearly got no hit by YD yesterday. They dropped their first game, and then they dropped one today against the Firebirds. Orleans won 6-2. The 1-0, off speed, misses high.
I think the Firebirds are going to be pretty good this year. We've already seen them twice, and they've got a really nice staff. Logan Redeman got the save tonight. Great right-handed reliever out of San Diego. Good team.
2-0 is the count. Coppersmith dealing to Cade Lewis. The pitch, cut on and missed. At first base is Holcomb. He's dancing a couple paces off the bag. Sasaki keeping him honest over there. Infield playing at double play depth. The 2-1. Fastball in there for strike two. Found the bottom part of the zone. That's where the home plate umpire, Sam Fenn, has been liking that strike. 2-2, no outs. Bottom of the 7th. Pitch. Lined right up the middle. Farber will step on second and throw over to first in time. A 6-3 double play takes care of that leadoff walk.
It's easy for Farber. Great glove over there at short. Didn't need to move too much to make the play. Was already pretty close to the bag, so good defensive shift on the infield.
Brings up Weber Niels. Wearing a Minnesota Golden Gopher batting helmet. The first pitch to him. Breaking ball down the chute for strike one. Niels today, 2 for 2. A pair of singles, and then he walked his other plate appearance. He'll take low and away for ball one. The right-handed hitter Niels taps the plate, will wag his bat a couple of times. Now he's ready. Coppersmith from the windup. Here's the pitch. Swung and fouled back straight over the press box, and it will land well behind it. 1-2. Niels, the Golden Gopher, digs in. 1-2 is the count. Coppersmith stretches his torso, and now he's set on the first base side of the rubber. Shakes off a pitch. Now he's set. The 1-2. Chopped foul down the third base line and into the third base coach's box. Handled, and the third base coach will toss it over to the Bourne ball kids. Count will stay at 1-2. Infield playing at normal positions. Here's the 1-2 pitch with 2 outs. Misses outside. Lavin, wearing the catcher's mitt on his left hand, had to reach across his body to snag that one. Wind blowing out to left center field. The 2-2. Upstairs. Really took a ride up top. Count will run full. 2 outs. Braves up by 1 in the bottom of the 7th. Coppersmith is ready. Here's his payoff pitch. Chopped foul again towards the third base coach's box, and this time the Bourne coach down there can't get a hand on it.
We have no read on who that is, but it looks like Jeff Limoncelli, the hitting coach for this team over there.
Whoever it is, he's got a really nice chain. The payoff pitch, belted in the air, right center field. Coming over to his right and making the catch is Nolan Stevens. It is a 1-2-3 inning for Zane Coppersmith, and that will take us to the 8th. Cotuit needing to get a run to extend this ball game. They trail by 1 here on the Kettleers Digital Network.
Wake up to Cape Cod's finest coffee. Cape Cod coffee roasts fresh daily using only the finest beans. With a wide variety of options from light to dark, flavored to decaf, there's something for everyone. Visit locally in Mashpee Commons and off Route 130 in Mashpee, or venture over the bridge to Wareham Crossing, where each location offers a full bar and menu. Proudly sponsoring the Cotuit Kettleers, Cape Cod Coffee is passionate about our brews and our community.
Beacon Gardens is Osterville's premier garden center. You'll find everything you need to beautify your home at Beacon Gardens, where quality products and excellent customer service make them Osterville's premier garden center. Visit Beacon Gardens on Osterville, West Barnstable Road.
Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialist for athletes and everyday people, brings you to the Kettleers' top of the order. They're the go-to team for Boston's professional athletes and people across New England. So if an injury is slowing you down, Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on Cape Cod. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs.
Four, 5, and 6 due up for Cotuit, Nolan Stevens, Case Sanderson, and Rentaro Sasaki. They'll be getting their first look at John Abraham, who is out for his second inning of relief for the Braves. Bourne up by 1 over Cotuit. 2 innings to go here. We're in the top of the 8th. First pitch. Chin high fastball. Upstairs for ball 1. Nolan Stevens 0 for 1 today, but he's been up to bat. This is now his 5th time. He has 3 walks. Has yet to come around to score. The 0-1. He'll take inside. Ball 2. Molinaro, the second baseman, playing about halfway between first and second base. Heels near the outfield grass. The 2-0 pitch. Low and in, ball 3. We saw Andrew Wiggins work 3 walks yesterday. That was his limit. See if Stevens can beat him out here on a 3-0. He'll take high and away. That is Stevens' 4th walk of the ball game.
Got to be on record watch or something here in the Cape. Could really use Bruce of the Blue Sox right now.
Bruce of the Blue Sox, walking Cotuit and Cape League Encyclopedia. Can Google, I guess, how many times, or what's the most amount of times a Cotuit Kettleer's been walked in a game. And if it's 4, then Stevens tied it.
Feel like it's, I guess it's 5.
First pitch delivered to Case Sanderson. It's a strike. Sanderson had his first plate appearance in the 6th inning. He replaced Jack Natilli in the lineup. Natilli was DHing, so no defensive substitution necessary. Sanderson struck out swinging in that plate appearance. 0-1. Swung an engulfed foul over the third base dugout.
I'm not seeing anything about the individual single game records, but Andy Westervelt holds the season record for walks, 55, back in 1975. That's not too bad, given it's a 40-game season.
0-2, no outs. Here's the pitch from Abraham. Upstairs and perhaps in and at the hands of Sanderson. Either way, it's a ball. You said 55 was the record for the season? That means Stevens needs to be walked 51 more times today to tie that record. 2-1. Excuse me, the 1-2 misses outside, so the count is even at 2-2.
I bet he wouldn't be mad if he got walked 51 more times today.
It would be a long ball game. 2-2, no out, 1 runner on. Here's the pitch to Sanderson. Swung on and fouls it off his foot. Count will stay at 2-2.
Wanted all of that one. Could have sent it into right field. Would have brought Stevens at least to third. I think he's trying to find that right field line. It's where a lot of these Kets hitters are aiming.
Sanderson, 6'2", 215. He's crouched in an athletic stance in the left-handed batter's box. Checking for his sign is Abraham. He gets it, set, black glove at the chest. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed from Sanderson. He went fishing at a ball low and in the dirt. 1 away. Strikeout number 1 on the evening from John Abraham. And up steps Rentaro Sasaki, who was walked in his previous plate appearance. In what we call the big league walk, he was down in the count 0-2 and watched 4 straight balls miss the zone. He is 0 for 3 today, looking for his first hit as a Kettleer. Bat resting on his back shoulder. The pitch, swung on and popped foul, giving chase as the catcher Keenan, and he won't get there as it lands near the screen, protecting the Bourne dugout.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to make the dive into the side of that screen.
Would not be the best feeling in the world. Sasaki has switched over to his purple batting gloves. He was wearing some multicolored ones earlier today. The pitch sails high for ball 1.
I like the purple. Give some more aura, as the kids say.
Aura, Riz, I'm sure Sasaki has it all. 1-1, 1 out, a runner at first. Sasaki ready in the left-handed batter's box. The pitch, swung on and ripped into right center field. That ball gets down and will roll all the way to the wall. Sasaki chugs for second. Getting the wave around third is Stevens, and the game is tied off the bat of Rentaro Sasaki, the Japanese phenom.
That's how you get your first hit right there. You could hear the pop off of that bat. Sasaki smashed that one out to right center, all the way down to the gap, and after the Kets only had 1 extra base hit through 7 games, they get 4 today, including a massive RBI double.
That is the Rentaro Sasaki that Cotuit has been eager and ready to see. Another extra base hit for the Kettleers today. The bats have come alive for the Kets. They have 8 hits on this game. A meeting on the mound. There will be a new pitcher for the Braves. John Abraham's night is complete. We'll take a quick break and tell you about this new pitcher. The Kettleers have knotted up the Braves 4-4 on the Kettleers Digital Network.
Brought to you by Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center. Located on Osterville West Barnstable Road, Beacon Gardens prides itself on quality products and excellent customer service. Check out their tremendous assortment of garden products. That's Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center.
Hey, it's Chris here. From bean to bite, sip, savor, and share a moment at Cape Cod Coffee. Their 2 Mashpee locations include the perfect brunch spot in Mashpee Commons and a lunch and dinner restaurant with a full bar right off Route 130. Cape Cod Coffee has also opened a new location in Wareham Crossing where you can indulge in delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner options. Visiting any of these locations will leave you absolutely thrilled. Cape Cod Coffee is a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers.
New pitcher on the bump for the Bourne Braves after that game-tying Rentaro Sasaki double. It is the lefty Will Whelan, 6 foot flat, 200 even. Out of Lino Lakes, Minnesota, he wrapped up pitching for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. He has 2 appearances so far this summer, 4 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. First pitch showing bunt is Camden Johnson. He pulls it back. That pitch missed for ball 1. No runs allowed for Whelan, his ERA at a perfect 0. He's inherited the runner at second. So if Sasaki scores, it will be charged to John Abraham. 1 out here. Top of the 8th. Checking the runner at second is Whelan, and he fires in a fastball for strike 1. 1-1, 1 out. The lefty Johnson up to bat. The lefty Winfield on deck. The lefty Whelan on the mound. The 1-1. Swing and a miss from Johnson, 1-2.
I'm sure more than anybody, Johnson wants to bring home Sasaki on one swing here.
Kettleers still hunting for their first home run of the summer. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung and engulfed right towards the shortstop. Wait, he'll come in a couple steps and make the catch, forcing Sasaki to stay put at second. 2 away, that brings up Easton Winfield. Winfield, a seasoned veteran in the Kettleers uniform, back for his second summer. His first year, he wrapped up his time at the University of Louisiana, Monroe. Now he just wraps up his year at the University of Texas, Austin, the Longhorns. The 2-time Kettleer awaits, and he takes the first pitch in and at the belt for ball 1. Sasaki still at second base. Infield playing normal positions aside from the shortstop Wait, who will release back to a more normal position once the pitch is delivered from Whelan. And the 1-0 misses low, 2-0. Kettleers batters have been walked 10 times today. The Kets came into this game with only 28 walks. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swung and engulfed foul right to the back screen. On that pitch low in the zone. Scoring has been back and forth in this one. Bourne scored 2 in the bottom of the first. The Kets answered with 1 in the second, 1 in the third. They took the lead in the 5th when they scored a run to go up 3-2. But the Braves scoring 1 run apiece. 2 in the bottom of the first. The Kets answered with 1 in the second. Scored a run. But the in there for strike 2.
Whelan
high fastball.
Sorry, Chris.
You are all good.
But Whelan got to be so careful in this spot. Winfield, great contact bat, had that triple a couple innings ago. Just looking for the perfect pitch to swing on.
Cotuit has scored a run at the top, in this inning to tie things up. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Will Whelan comes in and shuts down Easton Winfield. The Kettleers have tied things up at 4. We will head to the bottom of the 8th inning, see if Kets bullpen pitching can be doing what they've done all season long. This is Kettleers Baseball on the Kets Digital Network.
Make sure to stop by Mid-Cape Oral Surgeons, the maxillofacial surgery and dental implant center of South Yarmouth. Doctors Theo Hardees, Meyer, and Sarah Pack are the Cape's leading experts on oral biopsies, wisdom teeth extractions, and dental implant reconstructive surgery.
Kettleers Baseball is brought to you by Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialists for athletes and everyday people. Their expert team treats everything from sports injuries to everyday wear and tear, helping patients of all ages get back to what they love.
Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on the Cape. Call 617-965-HAND for all of your hand and upper extremity needs.
The Kettleers Call to the Bullpen is brought to you by Beacon Gardens, Osterville's premier garden center. You'll find everything you need to beautify your home at Beacon Gardens, where quality products and excellent customer service makes them Osterville's premier garden center. Visit Beacon Gardens on Osterville, West Barnstable Road.
From Texas Tech, number 14, Logan
Home
Hughes.
half of the 8th here at Durham Park in this tight matchup between the Kettleers and the Braves. Knotted up at 4 apiece. On the bump is Charlie Walker, replacing Zane Coppersmith. He'll be facing 6, 7, and 8, Hughes, Franco, and Keenan. Walker gets his sign, now delivers. First pitch swinging is fouled back over the screen for strike 1.
Walker, the righty, couple outings so far this summer. It's like pretty solid, 3.86 ERA, but made his money at school. 1.29 ERA at Northeastern, 7 saves, 56 strikeouts in 48 2/3 innings. Not bad.
The Massachusetts native kicks and deals. Swung and fouled back again. Logan Hughes swinging at everything offered from Walker. Hughes today is 0 for 2. Grounded into a double play, struck out. He does have a walk to his name. Down in this count. 0-2 pitch. Walker, deep breath, glove at the chest. Here's the delivery. Swung on and fouled up again. Coppersmith's night is done. He went an inning and 2/3, allowed no earned runs, struck out 1 and walked 1. 0-2 pitch. Walker dealing to Hughes. Here it comes. Bouncing ball, right side of the infield. Avincula to his left, makes the glove, and will make the throw in time. 1 up, 1 down. That will bring up Noah Franco.
Now batting
Walker
from
hasn't really been
number
punching
36,
tickets like he did
Noah
at school
Franco.
this summer, but he's been doing well by getting soft ground balls like the one we just saw to Jaron Avincula.
1 earned run charged to Cotuit relief pitchers so far today. Coming into this game, the bullpen of Cotuit had a 2.47 ERA. That was the 3rd best on Cape. First pitch is a ball. It pops out of the glove of Lavin. Franco ahead in this one, 1-0. Here with 1 out, bottom of the 8th. Cotuit's bullpen actually led the Cape League in a couple stats. They had the lowest walks and hits issued per innings pitched and the lowest batting average against. Here's the 0-1 pitch, 1-0. Now it's 1-1 after a swing and a miss from Noah Franco. Franco has been walked twice today. His most recent walk in the 6th inning, he came around to score. That was the go-ahead run for Bourne at the time. The 1-1 pitch called strike 2. Rintaro Sasaki had his welcome to Cotuit moment here in the top of this frame. An RBI double to draw even. Walker, deep breath, staring directly at third base. Now he's set. The pitch again pops out of the glove of Lavin. We've seen it a lot tonight. He's looking down at his glove. I won't say this has been an abnormal amount of balls popping out of a catcher's mitt, but it's not, well, it's not normal.
We have seen it happen quite a lot with Lavin. Maybe he needs a new glove.
2-2. One out. Here's the pitch. Down the middle, called strike three. It was a strikeout looking on Noah Franco.
Great breaking ball by Charlie Walker. That's more of the Northeastern Charlie Walker we're getting right there. Just deep breaking pitches, just enough on that lower half to get him staring.
Walker has retired the first two batters he has faced. Up comes batter number 3, Jimmy Keenan, the catcher for the Bravos. Keenan today 0 for 2. A pair of strikeouts. He does have a walk. First pitch, swung and popped up foul over the screen and above our heads. No balls, 1 strike. Outfield straight away. Infield playing at routine positions. Crowd has thinned out, but those who are still here have inched closer to the screen, sitting on the brick steps as opposed to the grassy berm. 0-1. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in there, top part of the strike zone. 0-2. Cotuit bullpen standing up against the right field fence. They're watching Walker. He's worked ahead in a couple counts here. The right-handed hitting Keenan, he's ready. The 0-2. Just a bit high, won't get the call. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Keenan and Molinaro, both righties, facing against the righty Walker. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball didn't generate a swing. It missed low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in a tied ball game in the bottom of the 8th. Walker with his brown glove near his hip. Now he's set, glove in his stomach area. Deep breath. Here's the pitch. He spikes a breaking ball that bounced about 3 feet in front of the glove of Lavin. The count has run full. Keenan with 13 strikeouts on the season compared to 2 walks. Looking to add to either of those totals here with a full count. 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Walker dealing to Keenan. The pitch, swing and a miss. Charlie Walker comes in from the bullpen. He retires 3 straight, 2 via punch-outs. We'll head to the 9th inning. Do not go anywhere. It's a 4-4 ball game.
The Kettleers 50-50 raffle is brought to you by 4 Seas Ice Cream in Centerville, the oldest ice cream shop in Massachusetts. They've been in business 91 years, carrying many of the same unbelievable flavors. Visit 4 Seas Ice Cream and taste the difference. Get your 50-50 raffle tickets now.
From bean to bite, sip, savor, and share a moment at Cape Cod Coffee. Their 2 Mashpee locations include the perfect brunch spot at Mashpee Commons and a lunch and dinner restaurant with a full bar right off Route 130. Cape Cod Coffee has also opened a new location in Wareham Crossing where you can indulge in delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner options. Visiting any of these locations will leave you absolutely thrilled. Cape Cod Coffee is a proud sponsor of the Cotuit Kettleers.
The Kettleers are sponsored by longtime Cotuit residents Pat and John Callahan of Kinlan Grover Compass. With over 4 decades of experience in commercial lending and real estate, Pat and John are the go-to choice for all things real estate in Cotuit and surrounding towns. Visit them at 681 Falmouth Road in Mashpee. That's the Callahans from Kinlan Grover Compass, proud sponsors and longtime fans of the Kettleers.
What everyone dreams of, a tied ball game heading into the 9th inning. Cotuit, the visiting team, will bat at the top of this frame. Bourne, the home team, at the bottom. Should that not be enough, we'll play an extra inning. Due up for the Kettleers, it will be Luke Lavin, Jaron Avincula, and Andrew Wiggins. 9, 1, and 2. The lefty, Will Whelan, is still out on the mound for the Bourne Braves. He came in the top of the 8th and retired the only 2 batters he saw. Luke Lavin, the left-handed hitter, digs in. He awaits this first pitch. Down the chute for strike 1. Lavin today, 1 for 3. He had a single, a strikeout, and a groundout. He also has a sacrifice fly. That brought in the Kettleers' 3rd run of this ball game. Here's the 0-1. In there again on a frozen rope. Strike 2. The lefty Will Whelan throwing his fastball. No real break. He's just going with the gas. 0-2, no outs. Here's the pitch. Fastball again. That one missed upstairs, just above the Navy Cotuit letters on their maroon jerseys. Lavin steps out of the box. Gives his bat a couple of good luck taps. Now his red batting gloves holding it high. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Chopper off the mound. A couple hops to the second baseman Molinaro. And the throw to first is in time. 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the 9th.
Not the easiest play over there at second for Molinaro, but he did a good job to turn his shoulders over and make a nice strike over to first base because Lavin was bearing down.
Jaron Avincula, the contact king of the Cape last season. He returns for his 2nd as a Kettleer. The first pitch to the lefty Avincula. But outside, ball 1. Jaron today, he has a pair of singles. He's been walked. He's been hit by a pitch. He has not come around to score. Looking to change that here in the top of the 9th. 1-0 pitch is blasted to straightaway center, but measuring it and making the catch coming in is LeGrand.
You can't hit anything out to center with LeGrand there. That guy covers so much ground, and we've seen a few hard-hit balls go to die with him.
From Indiana, number 13, Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins will step up to the plate here with 2 outs. Should the Kettleers not want to go to extra innings, it will be relying upon the bat of Andrew Wiggins. Lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch, Wiggins showed bunt. He pulled it back. Didn't matter. Strike 1. Wiggins 0 for 2 today. 0 for 3. Has a walk. The pitch. Then there for strike 2. He was walked back in the 5th. 0-2, 2 outs. Top of the 9th. The pitch. Wiggins is punched out, a strikeout looking. A 1-2-3 inning from the flame-throwing Will Whelan. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. Cotuit trying to hold Bourne scoreless in this one. This is Kettleers Baseball on the Kettleers Digital Network.
Be safe and comfortable in your home in any season with a Generac automatic standby generator from RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee. RCA does it all from consultation to installation to maintenance. For more information, visit rcaelectric.com. RCA Electric and Generators in Mashpee, generating trust.
The Kettleers top of the order is brought to you by Boston Hand to Shoulder, trusted orthopedic specialists for athletes and everyday people. Their expert team treats everything from sports injuries to everyday wear and tear, helping patients of all ages get back to what they love. Boston Hand to Shoulder is now on the Cape. Call 617-965-HAND for all your hand and upper extremity needs. Welcome back to the Cotuit Kettleers broadcast out here in Bourne. The Kets tied at 4-4 with the Braves, and as we get set here, the pitcher in extra innings tonight is Wyatt Halverson, hailing from ASU, the Scottsdale native, having an impressive couple of seasons coming into this one. Fun fact, if you guys didn't know, his dad was actually on the ASU baseball team that made it to the World Series championship back in 1998. There's a photo of him sitting on his lap. They recreated it just this past season as he entered in as a sophomore. A lot of great things to say about Halverson. We'll have to see how he does out here in the 10th. Back to you guys.
State number 4, Bryce Molinaro.
Halverson doing the relief work today for Cotuit as we have hit the bottom of the 9th inning in a tied-up ball game, 4 apiece. The righty Halverson will be facing 9-1-2, Molinaro, Waite, and LeGrand. Righty-righty matchup. Halverson delivers. First pitch, a swinging strike. Halverson has been on fire to start his time this summer with the Kettleers. 5 2/3 innings pitched. He's been tagged for 3 hits, no earned runs, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Another swing and a miss. And Molinaro down in this count 0-2, fighting against the Kettleer righty, Wyatt Halverson. Halverson 6'3", 215. Tall relief presence on the mound. Deep breath. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss at some high heat.
All gas. All gas for Wyatt Halverson. Just pumped 3 straight fastballs high on Bryce Molinaro, and he wanted nothing to do with any of it.
Molinaro now 0 for 4 today with 4 strikeouts. Not the best of stat lines for the 9-hole hitter. Brings up the leadoff man, Riker Waite. Another righty-righty matchup. The pitch. Down the middle. Strike 1. Halverson has been pure dominance out of the Kettleer bullpen. A workhorse himself. He can eat up innings. The 0-1. Swung and popped up foul, and the bat slips from the hands of Waite and goes back to the brick backstop. Waite today is 0 for 3, a pair of strikeouts. He did reach via an error in the first inning. He worked a leadoff walk and then came around to score the first run of the ball game. That was back at 6 o'clock local time, 9:47 here. Is that right? Have we played 3 hours and 47 minutes of baseball?
We have. Local time started at 6:05.
0-2. Check swing. He didn't go around. Held back on that ball upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Immaculate inning. No longer a play for Halverson. Bases free, bottom of the 9th in this tied ball game. The 1-2. That one sails over everyone. A fastball to the backstop. Bounces all the way back to Halverson on the mound. He'll toss it towards the third base dugout. Get a new baseball. The count is even at 2-2.
Tried to hit his top velo on that one, I think.
Halverson can up the radar gun. A flamethrower from a state that is routinely above triple digits. The Sun Devil deals the 2-2. Swing and a miss. That's another fastball and another strikeout from Halverson.
Simple. These Bourne bats just can't really catch up with Halverson.
From St. John's, #1,
Just a
John
great
LeGrand.
fastball on him.
John LeGrand here with 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. If Bourne wants to walk it off without needing extra innings, it will all rest on the yellow bat of John LeGrand. Bat held high. First pitch, chopped foul right to this backstop. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Third baseman Camden Johnson playing with his toes in the infield grass, about 10 or so feet off the third base line. Sasaki hugging the first base line. Halverson, a long pause out on the mound. Pitch clock reaches 7 seconds. Now at 5 seconds, Halverson comes set at the belt. Kicks and deals. Looping breaking ball just misses. 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 outs. LeGrand today, 0 for 3. He's walked and came around to score. The 1-1. And at the toes of LeGrand, 2 balls and 1 strike. Advincula playing about halfway between first and second base should the lefty LeGrand pull. 2-1. Misses outside, 3 balls and a strike. LeGrand, 5'8". A smaller strike zone than some other of these Bourne Braves hitters. The 3-1. Fastball in there, strike 2. Full count, 2 outs, no one on base. It's a tied ball game here. Halverson, deep breath, kicks and deals. 3-2 is swung and fouled away. We'll do it again. Home plate umpire Sam Fenn yelling out he needs more baseballs, and a young ball boy for the Bourne Braves brings him 5. Payoff pitch on the way. Halverson dealing to LeGrand. 3-2. Sails high, and LeGrand works a walk.
Heck of a battle between the two. LeGrand, not a guy who strikes out a lot. Halverson throwing his best stuff against him. And LeGrand wins the battle, working a gritty walk.
LeGrand's second walk of the day. The winning run for the Braves is now on base. There will be a meeting on the mound. Tim O'Connor brings in the entire infield and the catcher Lavin to talk things over with Halverson. At the plate, up for the Braves, Braden Holcomb. 0 for 2 today. He does have a pair of walks. The home plate umpire, Sam Finn, walks about halfway out to the mound to break up the meeting, but Tim O'Connor calls it quits, and everyone will walk back to their positions before Sam Finn can go out there and break it up himself. Sasaki playing tight at first base. The second baseman of Vincula, about 5 feet to the right of second base, heels in the outfield grass. Farber, the shortstop, halfway between second and third, and the third baseman Johnson, about 5 feet away from the third base line. First pitch to Holcomb. On its way. Swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, and it will land up in the berm area, up above the first base line. Bourne 4, Cotuit 4 here in the bottom of the 9th. A matchup between 2 West Division foes. LeGrand Reached via a walk. He's a couple strides off first base. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Instead, it's a pickoff that sails over the glove of Sasaki. He's running down the line. LeGrand takes a long turn around second, but he'll stay put there. The winning run now in scoring position for the Bravos.
Scary. Throw sails high. And good thing Halverson was there to get that throw back into the infield. Because there's a chance that could have skipped away and LeGrand could have gotten to third, maybe home.
No balls, 1 strike. Halverson dealing to Braden Holcomb. Righty-righty matchup here with 2 outs. Winning run is at second base. The pitch. Swing and a miss from Holcomb. The Kettleers fans that have stuck around for this one, holding their breath with every pitch. And before the 0-2 can be offered, Holcomb will walk back towards the Bravos dugout, a time called, and talk things over with a member of the Braves coaching staff. Halverson standing on the first base side of the rubber. He's staying loose, moving his shoulders, stretches his right arm, his throwing arm, takes a deep breath, working out any bit of stress in his muscles. The 0-2 pitch with 2 outs. Halverson delivers. Fastball lined into right center field. It's sinking down. It's a base hit. Getting the wave around third is LeGrand. It's a walk-off single for Braden Holcomb. Bourne wins this one 5-4 in 9 innings.
Walk it off and win!
Brutal. Only way to really describe that. The throw off from first base. LeGrand in scoring position in prime spot to score on anything to the gap, and that's exactly what happened right there. Braden Holcomb, he waited back for his pitch, shot it out to the gap in right center, and once that one got down, LeGrand had the speed, and he was getting home regardless. Oh, just heartbreaking.
Pick up any trash as you leave. Thank you for your cooperation. The Braves' next home game is Wednesday, June 25th against the Falmouth Commodores. Join us in welcoming Sandwich Early Learning and Team Impact.
Live from Durham Park after that momentary break, Chris Albright joined alongside Connor Shue. This is the Cotuit Kettleers post-game show. The Kets drop a heartbreaker to Bourne. The Braves win 5-4, walk off the Kettleers in the bottom of the 9th. Connor, this one shaping up to be a Kettleer victory. I mean, this is the most complete baseball that the Kettleers offense has put together. it seemed everything was finally going the Kettleers bats' way, and just it fell apart. It fell apart towards the end. I mean, this has been a lights-out bullpen the entire season. Just a tough one.
And you have one of your best arms out there in Halverson, and he mowed through the first two batters. Two fairly, I wouldn't say effortless, but easy-ish strikeouts. His stuff was playing well. The fastball was on, but you get to John LeGrand, and all of a sudden, he just works one of the best at-bats of the game, gets it to 3-2, takes a walk, and then he's a guy who can dance around on the base paths. You get a throw over that goes wide, and then you're in trouble. He got on second, and then I'm sure that made Halverson a little uncomfortable over there on the mound, and all of a sudden you get Braden Holcomb, the three-hitter. No hits for him until that walk-off. Just waited back on his pitch, drove it out there to right field the other side, and once that ball got down, LeGrand was not stopping at third. You saw him come home. It's just a backbreaker of an ending to what's been well, brutal start to the season for the Cats.
Cotuit will drop to 1-7 on the season. Bourne jumps to 3-4-1. The Kettleers have been on the losing end of a lot of close games. You think back to the season opening extra inning loss to Orleans, this one here with Bourne. I mean, these close games really just could go either way. It's not going Cotuit's way for right now. But, I mean, you could talk about the good. Cotuit had 8 hits today, 3 extra base hits. That has been something that has been missing from the Kettleers' offensive attack, and that's a good sign, Connor. I mean, that is something that, you know, the Kettleers have been looking for, and it finally happened today.
It was, and they were hitting for power. They were hitting the gaps, and it looked like they were starting to find their power stroke out there, and that's, I think, the big story of tonight. And the thing is, though, you leave 16 runners on base. That's not going to win you a ball game. Just so many wasted opportunities out there on the base paths, especially with the heavy amount of walks we saw these Kettleers take. I'll take a look at the numbers here for a second, but it's 10 walks issued by the Bourne Braves pitching staff, and so many of those led to either 2 runners in scoring position or a bases loaded situation, and they just couldn't get anything out of it. It was whenever it was the time to make the pitcher uncomfortable and bring an extra run home or two, they just couldn't get those extra runs, and that's how you end up with a line of 4 runs, 8 hits, 16 left on base to 4 hits for Bourne and 5 runs. You want to take away that positive with the extra base hits because it's great. It's good that they're starting to hit for power. They're hitting the gaps, and it's all starting to come together, but you just need more timely hitting, frankly.
16 runners left on base. That will be the takeaway from this game. I mean, the fact that, you know, Cotuit even had 16 runners on base in 2-out situations, that's good. That's something we haven't seen from the Kettleers this season. And now, I mean, looking at it that way, Cotuit, to be quite frank, has not really been all that experienced with hitting with 2 outs and guys in scoring position simply because it hasn't been happening. But now that it finally happens, the guys having to knock off a little bit of rust here and there. If anything, this has showed what good is to come. We talked about it all season. When the hits come, they're going to come, and they did today. 4 runs on 8 hits. Sasaki got his first hit as a Kettleer. You look at the first triple of the season from Easton Winfield. That will start to pile up. Eventually, the dominoes will topple in Cotuit's favor. It's just a matter of when at this point.
I know, and it felt like today was the day. They were hitting the cover off the ball. They were taking a lot of walks. Again, 10 free passes today for the Kettleers, but there was a stretch of the first 6 innings. At least 2 runners were left on base in every frame, including bases left loaded in the 3rd and 4th inning. And again, you're making a pitcher uncomfortable with that many runners on base, but somehow, some way, the Bourne Braves just managed to snake their way out of those situations again and again. And you're right, the Rintaro Sasaki, that first base hit, that was something else. You could see the dugout erupt after that. That was an incredible moment, and it seemed like an igniter for this game, and it kind of was for a time. That tied the game up, but after that, didn't get another hit, and that's the story.
Connor, any final thoughts?
Just got to hit with runners in scoring position. I think that's it.
Kettleers will play again on the road. A 2-game away stand. You can find all Cotuit Kettleers games live on Cape League TV, YouTube, and Twitter as well. We encourage you to join us. I'm Chris Albright. That's Connor Shue, the third member of our team, Brooke Kilgore, all season long for Kettleers baseball. A special thank you to Sorka Lewis, our producer, who travels with us on the road. She makes sure that you all can hear us. We could not be doing it without her. A special thank you to all the Kettleers interns and fans and staff on the board that make this possible. Again, the final score in this one, Bourne 5, Cotuit 4. This has been Cotuit Kettleers Baseball on the Kettleers Digital Network.